Bomb has been planted. stolen that one from Carrigan. Hopefully he does allow us to use that.
Actually, that's more of like a machine variant on the Carrigan. You know,
Oh, sure, like, it's a remix.
Yes.
It is a remix. So the desk was talking about obviously not being able to talk during these situations and being iced out. We obviously know that the coaches are under more restrictions in terms of the emotions that they can show. Fun story. So
my favorite kind of
many men, and I've told this story before. You will have heard it.
Okay.
So it's just for the new viewers, really. So back in ancient history, we were playing this is when the major qualification system was minors. The system was minors, and the minor was in South Korea. And coaching was still, I wouldn't say it was in its infancy, but it definitely wasn't as prioritized as it is in the modern game. And our coach at the time, who do we have? We had PK. And we were in going to be tough for Afro. He's going to need a good round or two to pull him into the game.
Even just like a double dink USP here on the eco, that might fill you with a bit of confidence that everything's kind of working and functional. Rainwaker's dead.
Yeah, he is. Didn't even get to do any damage. Melted to death. This one is just going to be a farm fest. It's going to be the guns coming out into the next.
Has been planted.
Either. I would really, as a coach, just want to get in there, even if it's just some reassuring words. But Kakafu might be confident in being able to dig themselves out.
Well, I mean, give him the first gun, right? I suppose. Let's see.
Right, okay, guys, we just had a fucking Tajif shot unlucky tag, yeah? It felt very quick when he came back into the game, okay? But we need to reset instantly here, okay? And unfortunately, we lost this round. We move on. We're still in the fucking game, okay, guys? Like, let's go. Let's go.
It's the right words from Gizmy. It's more about the belief, right? You need your teammates to actually buy into that.
Okay, nice little protocols for a lane take. We've got some info, and it's channeling them in towards BMAS, who's just trying to replenish the donut smoke. Do they want to walk through that? You've got bomb in a main, and very little in the form of guards on A. Rainwaker taking down Doomout and getting away is a great
Afro's
opening
pushing
kill.
the smoke with BMAS here. They're going to try and backdoor Art in red.
Yeah, okay, he's a dead man. Lovely proactivity from Monty. The bomb site is lost. They know they might be in Donut.
Isam has the smoke. Where's he going to use it? Is it CT or Donut? Donut would be ideal, but he doesn't know.
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
Monty in the lead. Will they keep it? Will they find a sixth in consecutive fashion?
So finally, so much space for
Towards the elbow. Red smoke. Doesn't choose to take the responsibility, falls to Lato. Very passive here, letting Monty make that first move. Deep volley. Lato audible. Oh, and they find him. Azuwu, good on the follow-up. Oh, hang on a second, they clenched it. Probable. But now we've got a 2v2 post-plant. This is so very, very winnable. Sadzin on the retake, going to be pathing through cave side.
Sim's got the kit.
Is Azuwu going to go further? Just going to park it. He is pushing towards the cave flank. This is ambitious from Azuwu. Rainwaker can't go down. Sadzin's a
round-winning
dead man.
kill.
Sadzin's a dead man. Azuwu's proactive push does result in a win round. That's Monty, another one. A 3 versus 5 turnaround. Incredibly, impeccably put together.
Legacy are on the ropes, and we might catch it in the replay. Gizmy missed through his Molotov. He missed through it, and it actually worked.
Continue to par in, trying to synchronize with Rainwaker on the ramp side through that smoke. Plateau, down and out. The spam from Ark gets Gizmy low, but the site is falling. Despite that opening kill, hang on, that's bomb. Afro, oh, we can't. Necessary frag there from the sniper.
Landed their nade. Didn't matter.
It's chaotic. Doomau's found BMAS on
3v3.
spam back. Rainwaker's losing health. Doomau does finish him off through the boards. Turned easy for Art, he forgot about it. Surely have this one in the bag. It's so uncomfortable. Viper jiggling around, bait the shot. Doomau closing that gap. Afro feeling so claustrophobic. Now hearing that defuse gets anxious. They're going to double swing. Not ideal for an AWP. Doomau and Ark combined for 5 frags.
Oof, they finally put a stop to this run of 6 straight rounds on the T side. Marshall just getting to 12. The dig deep there, that opening kill, that nuke of nades over towards Cave, takes down Azuwu to kick things off. And then from there, it looked like they were out-rotated. These are the nades, right? Azuwu is taking this cave space fast. The heal gives me, and they just come from everywhere. Counter-terrorists win. The wall bangs. I thought the rotation was out of place. And a very called by Kafu as we catch the over-the-shoulder camera. Afro just seeing how much pressure he's under. The partial, there will be everything Legacy need and more going into this next round of play. Kakafu, while his boys still have that, wants to get on the mic and see if they can just close it right here, right now. I'm sure they have a full buy. 6 straight rounds, of course. And the next is about these 3.2. So with the loss bonus, most of their players, 3 out of the 5, should be good for a buy. But we'll talk about the financial implications if we need to get there. So this is 2 consecutive rounds where Legacy have been able to find the opening pick. One was Sadzin's Orb, the other was the nade barrage right there. Can they make it a third?
You're probably going to be deterred from anything Pacey Cave.
Keeping it simple, stupid, it's going to be a B play.
Okay.
All 5 heading there, no mid-hurrah. Art and Laddo on the site right now. How fast is this? We already saw them in one of these. They get the space, they set up, they execute, and they're in.
Bash catches Afro, but he's crosshair, and that is a death sentence. He's having a great game. 20 frag, and there's Gizmy finding Ark, flatlines the captain of Legacy, and all of that Monty round.
Look at Laddo and Art both just taking a Azuwu. 1 in opening kills. That clutch earlier in the half against Nissan in that 1v1. Right? You think, okay, we're going to have some back and forth. Landslide since then.
Clutches, opening kills, I mean, respect.
They're going to make 12 first.
Swansea have got hands. And they're swinging for a heavy blow to Legacy's major hopes.
Well, let's see if they can close it in regulation. No timeouts left for either team at this point, so in-game leaders are going to have to call their way there. Sadzin and Dumau. The one to the extra cash. Ard will be able to buy himself. Laddo will need a gun. He needs to be hooked up by one of the survivors.
Terrorists win.
Looked way too easy, didn't it?
A little too leisurely. Yeah, I think Lapton had thrown a flash. But Azua was anti. Flash in cave.
And now you just go, hey, that'll shore it up. You know that they're searching for answers elsewhere. Nissim, you got it all to do here.
It's one man versus 5. Nissim in Donut getting cleared, hard cleared by Azua. Side of the head, gets his ears pierced.
Other opener.
Good one back. The boots. Good one back from Beamer still. They've got to respect the play. Punching in the cut code. Disadvantage for Monty to take this win.
Bomb has been planted.
Sadzin's managed to find the equalizer. Beamer's aggression into the mix. What? Just defuse. Zoo's going to call the bluff? No, he's going to go swinging through. Confirms that off it, loses his life. This is Legacy holding on. Sadzin on the peak, doesn't get the shot. Awkward fight now. Rainwaker in. Can't handle it. Now a clutch for Gizmi. Can Captain come up clutch? Good. Looks real good up against Art. He's off the bomb in time. Art has saved them. It came down to milliseconds, but Gizmi just got in his head there, and Art puts a bullet into
Bomb
it.
has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
It felt like they were calling things to go. He felt half-hearted. Right, that flash came in. He peeked with it, but it felt like he didn't completely believe that was going to be the answer. And then at that point, you can see thinking the situation. If there's a smoke, if we get locked off, how are we going to contend? We're all stuck in Donut, trying to make a little bit of extra space. And now, one round for Legacy to push us into overtime.
It's been a good game so far.
Team is out mid.
I see those extra rounds after all.
It's an 8.
Audible in the donut. Dumau making his move to lend a hand. The block incendiary will buy time for Dumau to find his safe
Smokes are in the air.
roost. Oh, now they've been blocked. They're going to go through that off the flash. Dumau in a position to lend a hand. Loses his life. Another Azua.
they'll find themselves in the 2-1 bucket, a best of 3 away from stage 3, where the big boys await. For Legacy, it's going to be the hard way. 2 best of 3s required on the trot, one to avoid elimination, the other in a 2-2, and that's if they can get there. They're putting the shoes on before the handshakes come in. You can understand why he's so happy with that win. His boys, they looked like they were down in the dumps. We had that listening as we came back from halftime. Rainwaker not happy with how things kicked off in the first handful of rounds. And Afro from Smash and Test to changing PCs to getting his head in it and contributing. The boys, they take the win.
Zulu and Gizmi, definitely big shout outs to them and their not only contributions but keeping a cool head on their shoulders. Freya standing by with Gizmi.
It's Monty to be taking that series off of Legacy. I've got Gizmi down here for a few words. First of all, congratulations. That looked like a very well orchestrated T-side. Talk to me about the calling from that second half.
Yeah, I had a good game plan. We targeted B to begin with, and then just played half from there when probably their CD side starting to get a bit confusing for them. So yeah, I was reading the flow of the play pretty well. Overall, we also were shooting really hard on the T side. I think we warmed up into the game as well. Obviously, on the CT start, we lost the anti-eco after the longest tech pause. So very happy with how it all turned out.
So a quick question on that. Obviously, nobody likes a tech pause, but how do you make sure you're not losing focus during that? Because obviously you're not allowed to talk to your teammates during that as well.
I don't know, to be honest. I was just AFK, like in the head, you know. I wasn't even thinking about the game, just like looking at Afro. He's really cute to look at, so it's like that's all I need to see in my life.
The key to victory, clearly. You mentioned the B side and kind of taking advantage of that on your T side of things. I think it was round 20. You guys were left in a 3v5. You were exploding out onto the B side. You fall in the process, but tell me about getting away with that one, because that was Legacy's round through and through.
Yeah, to be honest, the start of the round, like I wasn't so. I think I made that was one of them. And we went into a bit of a trap, but yeah, made a quick decision to go over towards B, and yeah, it was really quick. Just made a really fast decision to play out with the molly and flash. We all burst at the same time. We got the kills, and then Azu and Rain played the 2v2 great. A lot of composure, which is really nice to see. I think a lot of the stuff we've been doing in the practice leading up to the majors has been paying off, and like, we see it here with the composure. And like, for example, we've been cracking or like almost scrimming tier 1 teams in like official like games in practice, which has helped us keep our calm and you know, be able to win these X3X moments. That really sets like the tier 1 players apart from the tier 2.
I felt like you were very composed in that moment. Just one final question. Best of 1s are done for you now throughout the duration of the major. Best of 3s though, only one separates you from that stage 3. How do you feel about that? Do you think it gets easier when we move to the best of 3s?
I think it's just like fine. I would say it's the same, to be honest. I actually quite like best of 1s, just because I think there's quite like an art to the V2 win of best of 1s. But yeah, best of 3s just like normal. You know, we ball, we just do our usual stuff and see what happens.
It's been looking excellent. Once again, congratulations, Gizmi. That's Monty through to the 2-1 pool.
Wow, what a close series between Monty and Legacy. Another upset today in the best of 1s. Legacy a lock for many to go through, and for some in the 3-0 bracket are down to the 1-2 pool and will need to win 2 best of 3s if they're going to make it into stage 3. And just in the end, some really good mental fortitude from the side of Monty. I mean, lost a couple of rounds that maybe they weren't supposed to, and were still able to close out the game.
It looked for a moment like things were getting out of their hand. At a attack pause, I think it was on full eco, which is kind of unusual, just to really talk through kind of the importance of the major and try to get people reset. And in the end, it looks like it's something that works. They came back in that second half from Gizmi in particular, and the Zulu, it really got them over the line.
Yeah, if you're on the side of Legacy, that's got to be a tough pill to swallow. But as Gizmi was saying, you know, we're talking about that T side, his calling, the fact that they kind of came out on top in a lot of those situations, Janko, that almost looked unwinnable at times. Really good stuff from them.
At the highest pressure tournaments and environments where you really see the worth of IGLs, right? Because in online games, in tier 2 tournaments, in the group stages of big tournaments, you know, everyone's feeling it, everyone's gaming, everyone's confident, everyone's taking initiative. But when the pressure is on, like, that's when players can close up, be in their shell. Everyone's afraid to make a mistake. No one wants to go make a play, and all of a sudden you're 4v5 at 11-11 and you get, you know, 0-2 or something like that. And that's where IGL stepping in with calls, but also with micromanaging, with sort of keeping everyone's spirits up, just the tone of their voice, the confidence, the command of the situation can really mean a lot, even for some of these teams, you know, that are on paper weaker than others, right? That can really make up for the difference potentially in firepower.
When I was just standing by there waiting for the interview as well, Gizmi seemed so calm in all the information he was giving, and you would forgive him for maybe being a little bit flustered. You know, the rounds are creeping up on them, potential to be pushed to OT, but that didn't happen. Round 16. Round 16, what are you pointing out here, Ash?
Yeah, I think for this round, what was interesting was the reset rounds. Then the buy is obviously not great for the side of Legacy, right? Like, they get the first kill, and you see this shoulder peeking here, but this one flash forces him completely away of the angle, and it was only limited utility for the side of Monty.
And I think what I really like here is that it seems like Monty realized first off that he was smoked, and they see weakness, like probably he was jiggle peeking because the smoke came down. It seems timing strange, and when you thread the gap like this, one player in A main, he's keeping all of the CT defense towards B because he has A main. The chances then of them all continuously going through the same position, it's extremely low. So the call in this situation gave them practically a free bomb site, and they went in and they just did enough to win this one.
Just crazy to me, one flash, the work it did. It was half random in a way, right? Like, if he could have stayed on that angle with the smoke, like, they would have been completely shut down in the round, but that just buys them enough space. You know, Nissim not then has to be worried about mids. He goes for the safer option, and great job from Gizmi and Monty to find that gap.
I obviously posed the question to Gizmi as well, that round 20, the 3v5 they managed to get away with. Put some logic to this, guys.
That was nuts, and you talk about pressure, and here it feels like it maybe got to Legacy a little bit, because they do a good job here. We see the early exchange of utility on mid. No one's really fighting for it. Monty understands that. Sadzin finds the opening with the AWP. Dumao breaking the smoke, finds another one. Now in a 5v3, you think like, oh, they should have this on lock.
Yeah, and I think it's the protocols of the C side, which were actually very good. It's still on the T side. They were very controlled. They were never panicked. But here it seems strange because they're kind of playing committed A and committed B. I think Art staying in the bomb site actually baits his teammates to come in. So Lato ends up in this weird position where he like catches the util and he has to dodge it because he's trying to help Art. And if Art's in this position, he has to get one. You're thinking at least 1.5 minimum kills in this position. Usually you see people with advantage just sit back together, let them come in, try and see if they can plan. Like playing behind this bomb site, this pillar, is almost impossible sometimes. You get spammed, you get Molotov. So very strange to see that decision from him. Maybe just kind of feeling the adrenaline or something, wanting to be involved in the game. Kind of strange. I think that kind of tilted the map away from them at that moment where it seemed like they were going to get it over the line.
Yeah, understandable and all that. I think we should check in with the team comms though for that round 22.
I'm gonna hold the second long.
Okay, listen to me. We're gonna kind of rush them, okay? I'm gonna molly left side deep. I'm gonna flash long. Me and Azzy rush short and break. Flashing long. Molly missed. Two here. Short. And Ninja. Nice.
Give it to him.
You can plant. Yeah, I'm going wrong.
Bomb is way open.
Azzy,
You can do me.
Yeah, I'll go ramp.
Yeah.
To the city. They've op. Bomb was like open view from long, by the way. I'm behind cave now. Cave op. Nice! I take over. Fucking nice, Jack. Good fucking next year.
How would you rate those comms, Ash? What do you make of them?
Maybe a little bit hectic, but I think I like is just the idea from Gizmi was maybe a little bit rushed with the comms, but it seemed really basic and it was nicely done. And I think in general, like, he's doing a really good job of staying calm, giving good calls on his T side. But I've got to point out as well, Azuu has probably been under the most pressure of nearly any player this entire stage. He's been really struggling a lot. In this game here, he felt like he was just entering non-stop in 2v2, flanking behind the cave position. That was a huge risk that could have backfired. He left his teammate isolated towards long, and it paid off, and it's good to see him and the UK guys putting them through there. UK CS.
Yeah, I thought it was impressive from Gizmi, man. Yeah, sure, maybe a bit too fast with the delivery, you know, but he had so much authority in his voice, so much command and confidence. Where I'm jumping knife out for this guy. This is gonna work. I'm feeling it, you know. And then they get it, and just immediately in the 2v2 sort of Rainwaker saying, "You can leave me right and I can play from this position on my own." Just that sort of gives the timing to Azu to go for that flank, and everything works out perfectly for Monty.
Very impressive stuff from Monty. That does indeed seal themselves a place in. That's 2-1 pulls. Now only best of threes remain for them, and we are about to dive into our final best of one of the entirety of the Cologne Major. That's between BetBoom and MAT. It's going to be going down after this quick break.
बाकी सगळे रिकॉल रिव्होल्यूशन केलं वाटत पुढे किती 3 ड्रीम नाईटमेअर होते ते विकलो नाही 220 रुपयाला विकलो विकली होती ना मी मला हे जाऊ दे जॉइन कर परत ते जॉइन करता येत नाही आम्हाला
This game, well, I want to use this a little bit differently. This is like a check-in and use this as a profile for you because I didn't get to talk to you that much. And MAT for me, surprise of stage 1, and I think you are the biggest factor in that. So can I talk to you about your coaching style? Can you describe it a little bit for the viewers? Because to a lot of us, it's kind of unknown.
Yeah, I guess I'm I kind of stay in the shadows a little bit. I don't do many interviews. I'm not really on the socials that much. But I can't take credit for what the guys are doing in the server. Recently, we just got a new analyst, Munster from Passion UA, for this event only so far. And he's been really helpful being able to, between maps, like the quantity of maps that you have to play at the major is like really been helpful. But we're strict game plan. We tried to stick to the game plan as much as we can. And then also asking in the prep what the players want to do. We want to make them feel comfortable. So I guess I'm pretty strict, but for the most part, I want to give these guys some room to be players also.
I feel like I surprised you with it, that you're the biggest factor. The thing why I'm asking this, because we have access obviously to snippets of what you're talking and we see the body language on the camera. It feels like you are, for the lack of better words, yes, strict, like a direct coach, like you're exactly giving orders to your troops. Is this something that you caught from someone else? Is some other coach an inspiration for you when you look at the tier 1 teams?
Yeah, even when I was a player, not an IGL on other teams, I was always a big voice. So I think it's just carried through the 10 plus years I've been playing. I really love the timeouts that I can be tactical. I much prefer that over the timeouts that I have to be more emotional side. I have to encourage them to do certain things. So if we're flowing and we're feeling the game and I can be pure tactics, like that's when I think I'm the best as a coach.
This is your last best of 1 of this major for sure, because in stage 3 we are having only best of 3s. Ahead is BetBoom, and they were really good in a stage 1. They basically zoomed through it. So can you give us a little bit of a thoughts what you expect from this game?
Yeah, so I was watching actually some BetBoom games. They looked really impressive, but I think what might have happened to them, and we'll have to see today, I don't want to jinx it, but I think they brought a lot of nice stuff for stage 1, and maybe it's not enough to get to progress. Like they surprised the guys in stage 1, but now that we've been able to watch them on Skybox especially, I think we'll be ready for what they have to throw at us. And I don't want to spoil the map. Am I allowed to? I know.
I think you're allowed to. I think you're allowed to.
Okay, so it's Dust 2, and it's one of their favorite maps, but it's a kind of a sleeper pick for us because we were pretty bad at it, so our win rate looks pretty bad, but we're 5 in a row against some decent teams. So I think they might underestimate what we have today.
Wow, Dust 2. That is the map that BetBoom was actually coming into the major. They were one of their strongest LAN maps, and they actually carried them through that stage 1. So let's see how this one goes.
Let's roll.
न्यू का आवडत नाही का? तुला पण न्यू का आवडत नाही का? मला कसं मॅप वाईज सगळे चालते पण मला काय आहे की माहिती का डस्ट 2 मध्ये थोडंसं असं हेल्पची गरज पडते बाकी 2 मध्ये मला सगळीकडे मी एकटा जाऊन शकतो वाकडं तिथे एन्शंटच्या एवढं टॉप वरती आपल्या दोघांमुळेच आहे
Let's roll. Flashbang. Fog. No more talking. Now we're fighting.
5000 रँक येते 5000
4-3 就跟蒙脸气。
Come on, let's go. Smoke. Let's go with the flashbang.
भाई ब्लॉक करा
स्ट्रीमला डिले नाही रे माझ्या आई शपथ विसरलो मी
Hello, what ang vitamin ko?
हाय डिले हाय
Noon, nakani. Chitay.
Counter-terrorists win.
86 sila eh. Uyudu.
पायाला मारला बे त्याने
Uncle lang siyan, bumubukat siya.
जी ब्लॉक केला पाहिजे मला दिसला होता त्याने मी महागा सरकारला आलो तर सरकून दिला नाही
Eras doon, bingi eh. Eras. Guys, follow me. B zone.
Oh, you know day.
Sorry, I missed it. Bro, what the fuck was...
Counter-terrorists win.
42
Alam mo, may pa-intimate siya ron. TMZO ka. Don't go.
I'm planted.
Bro, plan.
Planted.
Amma, alam mo.
Bomb has been planted.
Amen, amen, amen.
Terrorists win. Hurrah.
इथं आवाज ऐकलं का बेटा तर काय झालं
Mid smoke, Jameson. Smoke. Idu ang smoke. Ma.
Let us go.
Smoke, CJ. Yeah. Smoke lang.
Throwing bomb. I'm throwing a grenade. Flashback.
Ay.
आई छी wow what
At siyam law siya kay.
Counter terrorists
Siyam law ito ko lo. Hepay. Dong at tita kan na ilaw may. Dong ka po nila. Dong akan nila. Ngayon na. Welcome. Mr. Slow doon peso ko lang.
throwing a flashbang.
One heaven, one heaven, one. Two to two.
Donut and donut.
Counter terrorists win.
Donut. Ah, donut.
RPG
Ay. Yung cover mo ka teacher sa
सम्या खेळ काय तर
वाटतं खाद्य खेळणी झालं
रेयान पण खेळ
आणि जिंकतो काम
This is our fight. Smoke. Throwing smoke.
yung C4 nen. Binlan niya.
I'm throwing a flashbang.
Dapat.
तो आई सगळे तुमच्या वेगळ्या वेगळ्या खेळतात बाई
Kasi fumere na.
लास्ट टॅग आहे
Activating the bomb. Bomb has been planted.
हे घेतलं असतं तर बरं झालं असतं.
SMG मारला आता त्याला. भाई याला मला हे नाही कळलं 47 2 हिट एक्यू मध्ये भाई हेड पाशी एम होता माझा. कसं काय? आरपार बसलो असेल.
This is what we have been working for. Smoke! Flashbang! Throw in the flashbang!
C4 ka. Ito kaya, zukul pa bata ako. City. Ay, yellow din. Kala om tahat. Left side din, there. Awa ka! Rush.
Terrorists win. We are the best.
काय पाहिजे का ऑफ?
दे.
कोण घेतलं बे?
ठीक आहे.
Let's go, my brother. Throw in smoke.
Ni all Thaira.
Let's throw in the flashbang. Smoke! Throwing fire.
Yo. Okay. We got 3 mid and don't even cover me.
Terrorists win. We cannot be killed. I'm ready to bomb.
भाई का वैक्यू.
आहे.
Hey, do. Shotgun malapit. Okay, feel you going. Okay, close off.
वार मस्त सुटलं रे बाहेर.
ए ग्रीन भेंटतो जाएगा मैं काय ख्याल है ना.
Throwing fire. Grenade out. Flashbang. Grenade.
Tam ठीक है.
I'm throwing a grenade. I'm throwing a flashbang. Activating the bomb. Bomb has been terrorists win.
Sorry. Nice comeback.
I'm throwing a flashbang. Smoke! Molotov! Molotov!
अरे यार क्यों बाहर ग्रीन
I'm planted. Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win. Yeah.
मग सिफर कुठे गेला फूट टाकला होता
झालं का आता ब्रो आयला स्नायपर मिड स्नायपर
I'm throwing fire. Throwing fire. I'm throwing a flashbang.
आते क्या एक बीला होता
Planted. Bomb has been planted. Throwing smoke.
मेन नहीं कौन सा
Terrorists win. You think you can kill us?
पळून जात नाही रे मारल्याशिवाय हा नाही
यार हे माझं फ्लॅश नाही आहे ना ऑफरला फ्लॅश होत नाही भाई मला तेच नाही कळत लॉजिक हे का पद्धत
अबे ते खाली असतंय ऑफर कसं फ्लॅश होणार
आई आता स्कोपचा त्याचा पॉइंटच इथं आहे ना काहीतरी इथं लागलं ना त्यांनी स्कोप कसं काय नाही होत भाई मग अरे यार मला माहित होतं भाई
I'm planting the bomb. Bomb has been planted. I'm throwing a grenade.
मार लो आहे कौन है कौन सा पिछली
Terrorists win. Run, little girl, run! Remove any doubts in your head. It's us or them. Grenade out. Flashbang. Throwing fire. Grenade out. Throwing flashbang.
Okay.
Deploying flashbang.
Side, last side. अबे 7 राउंड विदाउट डाइंग में हे केलं मन आता मेलो मी
4 का 5 राउंड जिंकलो गेलो आहे माझे 4-5 राउंड झाले किलच नाही झालं माहिती का
Come on, chop. Throwing fire. Throwing a grenade. Throwing flashbang. Grenade.
Remain multiple. Remain.
Deploying flashbang. Counter-terrorists win. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
May false information then I'll call
Anh mo email
information then
False information
false information za adikrang bizo
Let's go.
ai ka thing le lo cái soi polvez
Flashbang. Grenade. Grenade out. Throwing flashbang.
Dun kala.
Throwing fire.
ang spawn unlock run patay lo kada mo good okay na itilaba like 4-3 to hit alo all video ni
No, I'm not up. Anh mà nên lằng
i alang fi alo gati hey
apik is phía lúc tục lo kami vang ta khan ya hey anh mà nên lần lại mà
Play lads. What on? Incendiary. Throwing a grenade. Grenade out.
nghe gặp mai rồi din
anh phong ate
Throwing fire.
cave 1 cave
Flashbang.
Nom ekela ale tay me de
XCT
donut number check
so apa over so
Throwing smoke.
इसका थोड़ा
they will come be
opa
B กระติกนะ
Flashbang.
เฮ้ลงก็ไล่ตัว
Counter-terrorist. Good stuff.
ว่าเขาโอเค
Chest doktor'dan. Okay. مش لو
Move it, son. Throwing fire. Throwing a grenade. Incendiary out. Grenade out. Throwing fire.
ไอ้
Deploying flashbang.
เชียมแล้ววิธีฆ่ามินทับ
B and go B
I testowa hari.
Smoke.
Hey, hey.
main B main.
So main.
Throwing flashbang.
Open here. Light.
Now we're getting stuck right in
96
the
tag होता था 96 tag होता वाटते 96 कशाला
आता तर 568 सेम रँक आले मागच्या वेळेस सारखी हे हरलं बे तरी पण यावेळेस लय म्हणजे लय परफेक्ट 40%
काय अजून एक मॅच खेळायचे कसं
मी जरा जाऊन येतो काय बघतो तो फोन आला शक्यतो तर मी येणार नाही तू खेळायला असेल तर खेळू शकतो 9:30
Pales in comparison to, of course, Bet Boom, but a whole lot better than a 12-0. And the flashes in the swing. Magnajez down to Swish. Gets himself a second kill before the halftime break. It is still coming up for debate. Hang on a second. We have it, M82, Bet Boom 10. It's just 3 rounds is all Bet Boom need. We'll be right back to see if there's anything to be said about M80. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's a rather one-sided affair, and yeah, BetBoom's been piping up, Boomich in particular, telling them to sit down. M80, they're sat, truly sat. They got 2 rounds at the tail end of the half, otherwise it would have been a 12-0. They got something. They got something to work with, and it goes without saying, Chad, that pistol conversions, all of that good stuff feels like a necessity.
All right, well, during the halftime break from the coach Fierce, we started to cut corners because of the score. Please control yourself, your teammate, your display, etc. We will finish the game in the same spirit. That's great.
Yep.
And it makes sense, starting getting a little bit complacent when you're owning them that badly. That was pure domination. Flamus and Magnajez combined had 9 opening kills. They were great.
And it looks like it's going to be a long-centric focus, with the bomb going towards Catwalk, though. Flamus just puffing up his chest with the support of Zorti.
Well, M80 started with a B stack, so they're rotating over now, but they hear the Cat presence. They're in trouble.
They are in trouble. They're in a compromised position already. And oh my god, Sin just goes pushing through the smoke. Easy pick for Zorti. And it feels like the same as the first half. Never mind, it's like just the one. There's JBA, a necessary trade. We've got a 3v3 here. Oh, block smoke on short. They've got everything. It must feel like these guys have got infinite smoke grenades. Flash and go. It's all you can do. Catches Boom. Nice little pop, dropping different elevations, but Boomich just managed to remove the head of Lake. JBA's putting up a bit of a fight. He's got 2 to contend with and doesn't find that immediate headshot that he so desperately needed. Boom find 11, and yeah, this one seems like a certainty. The 1-2 match, the best of 3 coming M80's way ASAP.
Yeah, just a little bit of stress in that situation, right? Because they think it's a fast long, and then once they hear the short steps, Lake's wondering what to do with the flash, and Sin's like, well, just flash me through the long smoke. But by the time it comes in, they're already close, and the flash doesn't work as desired. You can see they're just way too easy. So forced by M80. Death knock of this one, not far away. You don't need me to tell you that. Can they make this at all interesting, or is this going to be one of the more dominant scorelines of Stage 2? Flash in, turned by Slack, so fortunately it does get to stay alive. Lake with a Hail Mary play, can't double up.
Flying Mag 10 did not. Okay, JBA, that's not the range for that MP9, poor guy. He's got 16, Slack's 11.
I think they're going to have to try and find the gap by pushing long, but it's already being considered. Just hitting the pause. This is good from BetBoom.
So good, isn't it? It's like they just know they know M80's next move before they make it.
That wasn't Sin. And he even gave me time to explain. He's normally the long anchor. So ready for the possibility of the in-game lead-up? There you have it. Nameplate Counter-Strike. JBA the B defender. So look, I understand in these rounds where it's forced by, you do things a little bit more out of the box. It's the same as pistol rounds. You don't really play to your positions, or you don't have to play to your positions. You don't even have to play to your positions at all. It's just in the gun rounds you get a bit more of the similar approach. It's these rounds that are more flex. Everything's a little bit more all over the shop.
But it doesn't stop them from pressing tab and being a little bit more cautious about long.
Gives you an educated guess. And now Magnajez will have the leash on JBA.
Oh, his coach is happy with that. His coach is very happy with that.
I'm very surprised to see that. Well, they just get it done and dusted right there and then.
Absolutely not.
Well, I guess you don't want to give them the Galil, but 12. Even though it's not at the top of the scoreboard just yet, I guarantee you that one is confirmed. And they're allowing Flamus to work through the upper tunnels. So listen to the boss man's orders. They are delivering. Yeah, he might go overlook Flamus. Does he head backyard instead? He does. So he'll get to retain the MP9. Oh.
Okay, well, congrats. Yep. You get an MP9.
Played hide and seek, and you won this round. Well, no, you didn't, but...
In a way.
In a way.
A dominant scoreline from BetBoom.
Yeah, it does already feel like the wrap, doesn't it? So we haven't seen anything too inspiring from M80 that would get us excited. We do have this slight gap on the oscillation of the smoke. So Slacks gets a stepping stool and whistles off a shot.
Yeah, and Unable to connect it there on the movements of Boomage.
Nades on JBA does significant damage, and looking like they're going to head out long. That boom, you can see highlighted. Zordi has the kind of lay of the land of the X-ray. You can see everything that's going on the map, but long is the gap. Swish is just jiggling that from the single box. That's how that smoke was meant to look in the first half. And Magnajez seems bigger than one man right now if you're looking at it from M80's perspective. 50 seconds, Flash has announced the presence out long, and is this the final blow? Bet boom. Looking good.
Crazy Slacks scout highlight. Go. Go.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Tanks only going one way. Magnajez already finding Swisher, and it is looking like the stomp that first half did dictate. One back from Lake, unable to handle another on the follow-up. It's just JPA here. Bet boom. Tightening the noose, bomb on Flammus's back, and no need. 32, I mean, just 15 rounds required. Bet boom secure themselves into the 2-1 bucket, put them just one best of 3 away from stage 3.
I'm surprised they're able to keep it up here within this stage. Right? I heard from Defter in that pre-game interview saying, hey, yeah, we looked at what they did in stage 1, but do they have enough depth to take it into stage 2 teams? And well, clearly, too good for M80. He was saying he didn't want to jinx it. Well, maybe he did. That's a very dominant scoreline right there. So a whole bunch of Counter-Strike to go today to work out who's going to join them in that 2-1 bucket for the best of 3 coming into tomorrow. So we don't know exactly what's going to be going down with this one, but we do know that this series is over. Let's throw this one down to the desk.
Us too.
Yeah, over as almost as quickly as it began. It sounded like Def had a plan, but not really much time to execute it. When you're going up versus BetBoom, is exactly what Ash and Yanko were kind of worried about happening. If you take this map to BetBoom, Yanko, you're in for a bad time, and that's exactly what we saw for M80.
Yeah, I think though it was a really bad day at the office, and then things just going horribly wrong from the start, and then it ruins your plan somehow. Listen, if we're talking about a team losing 8-0 on the T side of Dust2 and you're getting smashed, and that's the first time you get your Opera and Op in round 9, like something has gone horribly wrong. Like you've lost all track of what's going on, track of the macro, you know, of what's important as well, and that sort of paints the picture for me just how lost M80 was today.
I think as well also what's kind of important is BetBoom have been tested so far. They've already beaten Game Legion in the best of 3. They played Spirit the other day as well. I think this is kind of the tested team versus the untested team, plus a bad start, plus you've got all the best players on the team.
Yeah, the pendulum really very much swinging in BetBoom's favor. As Alex said, obviously now in the 2-1 pool, and only one best of 3 could separate them from stage 3. But let's dive into this one a little bit. It kind of felt like, Ash, anything that M80 had to throw at BetBoom, they were kind of already very well prepared for it.
Yeah, well, it sounded like in the pretty much interview that it was Def that was feeling confident about the prep, but actually BetBoom seemed pretty solid. We see they're going for a long pop. The time is around 1 minute 20 when they're going for this, and they get delayed, and then they get delayed again. Boomage comes back. I think he even resmokes this in a moment. It's already died, sorry. And they're going for this long pop, and it just so happens this situation, Flammus is here ready for them.
It's also really important, like the trajectory of those nades makes them unsuspecting of Flammus's position, and I mean he just gets a double kill there, and on top of that sets up Magnus and tells you how good it was going for BetBoom. That in the first gun round they had the double op out already, and not something that, you know, M80 would expect, definitely.
Yeah, totally. It felt so fluid for the side of BetBoom in that one. Then we move forward to round 7. Same situation here, Ash?
Yeah, it just seemed like maybe they were in TeamSpeak, got some Among Us imposter going on in there or something, because it just seemed like they seemed to know everything that was going to happen, and even when they didn't know, they pulled out some just magic moments. So you're going for a B-pop, B-split, sorry, and I think this is with Tag Pause here. Def said they need to play with a bit more passion in their game, we'll put it nicely. And yeah, running into a 3-man B-stack is happening early in the round, Flash comes out, and they're just all here, and usually someone just hides when this is happening, but they're fine to just have a Flash assist and 2 kills happen at the same time. Lots of confidence. I actually feel at the moment this team potentially could make it through the next stage, because I feel like so far I've seen a lot of it, a lot of good stuff from them. They seem well prepared, the individuals are all popping off. Like this fella could performance today, it could have caught a lot of teams. I think yesterday the donk effect made them seem not as good, but they're a dangerous team to play against.
A little bit is, I think, can come down to the matchup in terms of the maps. If they can get some of these more simple, free-flowing maps like Dust 2 Mirage, albeit they've had a ton of success on Anubis as well when Flamus was standing in for Dilades. I don't know how much now him standing in for Siren, is that going to have an effect on their Anubis? Their nuke has been solid too, so I guess we'll have to wait and see if it comes to that. But yeah, with the form they've been in Cologne, looks like they're going to be tough to stop from getting into stage 3.
Just to go back to your examples there, Ash, I mean, there was more throughout the course of the map as well, right? Where it felt like BetBoom just... It's almost like they'd read the strat book of M80 before they'd even begun the game. How frustrating is that when you feel like, okay, we've got an opportunity here, maybe we've got a strat that we can pull off, and the other team are already 10 steps ahead of you? That must be so frustrating.
I mean, it is frustrating, but at the same time, you want to end the round with quality. No matter if you go into that 3-on-B stack, you want to at least go in there. There's some good flashes coming in, good space and everything. Like, make sure you get some trades. Okay, they come out unfavorably, and maybe you lose a round like that, or the long pop comes in. Like, it just feels like they're unaware kind of for things. But also, it doesn't help when we see Magna just from the window just deleting 2 people instantly. The Flamus MP9 instantly deleting the second guy, doesn't have a chance to trade. That's the kind of more frustrating side of things, because at least then, okay, yeah, we lose a kill to MP9, we get a guy dinked, but we get a kill back and we can still play the round. When this happens, the game just, it feels like you're not even in the game, you know?
It comes from the bad start, because you know what we saw in that first example after the Magna is up kill, the last 2 players save. I hate early saves on T side, because what happens? 2 guys have rifles, then they actually bought all out, but now you don't have an op, you have some Galils, you don't have all utility, you're playing against double op. Like, what's your call going to be against double op with not full nades, no op? What are you going to do on T side Dust 2? Right? Like, there's not like really a lot that you can do. Okay, now you've lost, now you have to go with pistols, nothing has worked. Okay, let's go back to that B split. We never tried it, and then so that's what makes it easy for BetBoom sort of to go for these calls, right? It's what's happened up until that point.
Yeah, M80 gonna hate to see that one coming. But speaking of 2 teams that are in even more dire straits already, that is going to be going down after the break. Because if you can so believe your eyes, it's Bait and Gamer Legion that are already on the brink of elimination. We're going to bid you farewell and leave you with the second shift to be guiding you through our first elimination series.
Short. Yeah, 3 men. Oh. On Fate, we go low.
Care push. Yeah. Hold back.
I'm holding. Mike, I think left side again.
Sure.
We got respawn. We gotta go, Cat.
We have to go.
Go, Cat. Instant normal X, I look long.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna do drop with this, okay?
Yeah, talk about the parts. Josh has smoke, Mike has smoke.
We do a Vanguard CT. No, just do connecting
smokes, already a smoke, Josh. Do already 1 smoke.
Yeah, I just do Vanguard.
We just have to go together, it's fine.
You do a Vanguard? Okay.
Mike to look. 2 X-Tech, guys. 20 seconds.
Yeah. Mike, you have sight, Molly.
Yeah. Flash and I'll drop,
flash
okay?
once. Entry. Flashing entry now. Bang. Mollying sight.
Long and base spamming me.
Blind.
Maybe
long up. Long up.
That's
nice.
Clear goose.
Get ramp or some shit.
Goose clear, plant.
One
ramp.
Face one. Blind. Plant it for short.
I go back to long.
Yeah.
He at least has long right now.
Do we have any flash?
No, nothing.
No flash. You can fight towards site though. It's fine. Just get away from cat.
Yeah. Mike, come like
First,
single.
one base close.
One up. Yeah, one close ramp. 2 then flashing.
Chicken.
Flash.
Double.
One more. Come.
Double.
Fight. One more. Close. Happy.
And avant-garde.
Chill.
Nice!
Let's go.
Good shit.
Let's go, guys. I can hear it in people's voices. Like, everyone's nervy. Like, we don't make decisions fast enough. We don't believe in ourselves. Fucking believe in yourself.
Gamer Legion versus Bait. Elimination on the line. Rez here, no stranger to crunch time scenarios.
I mean, I've been in this situation many times, I think, throughout my years in NIP and Gamer Legion as well. So I think we're used to this, and I think since we have this experience, I think we can do it this time.
Yeah, there's a bit of a comparison we could draw there. The NIP were favorites, you know, and then there was Gamer Legion coming into the major as somewhat favorites to make a deep run here. How do you respond?
We're not repeating history this time. This time we're going 3-2.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So running all the way back. Well, let's talk about those single-digit losses to BetBoom and Astralis. Rough ones. What could Gamer Legion take away from those losses?
Obviously, they try not to think about them. It was a 2 really rough game for us, and we did stuff we regret, basically. A lot of mistakes, and we walked through them, we talked through them, and we analyzed them, and hopefully now it won't happen again.
So today, when you look across the aisle at another team that had a lot of expectation about them coming into this major, what do you think it takes to beat Bait today?
I mean, I think they come in as they're really solid, like BO1 team, like they crushed in stage 1, right, and now they're getting a weak start in stage 2. I think this is a time that we can beat them for sure, and obviously both of us are 0-2, and we really want to go through to this major, and we're all hungry, and I think this is going to be a brawl.
Even Snacks is hungry?
He's always hungry.
Always hungry. And he corrected me, we're not in North America. If we had to let him know. Anything you want to say?
No, let's go.
Let's go, let's do it.
Stewie's on his own, but look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds of blood at one! They're trying to build pyramids, but there's no more play! Stewie's on the round, we go to overtime!
Welcome back to I Am Cologne. This is when it gets a little bit more spicy. I am joined by Dupree and Styko on the desk as we head into the first elimination game we have here on the A stream. You have 2 teams who I suspected would do slightly better after having a relatively decent stage 1. You had Bait going 3-0. You had Gamer Legion being one of the main favorites to go 3-0 and also making it 3-1. Now all of a sudden they find themselves in this 0-2 position where, Martin, in maybe 2-3 hours, one of them will be eliminated.
It is really strange how we have a big disparity in the results from their stage 1. Obviously, it's not a position that I can envy either of those teams. This is really big crunch time, and especially in this 0-2, you expect to have like a little bit of a lesser opposition. But no, Bait are playing Gamer Legion. They're both really good teams. But I have to say something is falling apart, and we might dive deep into that throughout this segment overall, because well, Gamer Legion and Bait, even though Bait had like close losses, it is still not the look that we are used to from.
How surprised are you, Peter, to see these 2 teams now battling it out to survive at the major?
Yeah, I think both teams have been struggling throughout both stages. I don't think it's been pretty clean, even to the fact that Bait went 3-0 in the first stage. They just came in yesterday. It looked like a team that was really disconnected in many ways, and I think the biggest drop-off for me has to be Gamer Legion. I think it's a team that's lost themselves coming into the stage, and they also looked a little bit lost in the first stage, but it's gotten even worse. I think it's for both teams. They're looking at each other now, thinking we shouldn't be in this situation, but that's the reality, right? They do find themselves fighting for a way forward and trying to avoid elimination. But overall, it's a matchup that can get very spicy. Also to the fact that it's about their lives at the major.
Yeah, Peter, I know, you know, as much as surprised we are to see them here, you also found an example as to why you believe the Gamer Legion are struggling. You have a round 5 just to illustrate for the viewers at home what's not working out for them at the moment.
I really hope that this is one of the rounds that Rest talked about them going through in the practice and didn't really, you know, go the way, because, you know, turning the attention to Nuke when they played against Bedboom, you can tell from the side of Bedboom that they have one op saved here. And for me, the issue with this round is just their decision making, and also the fact that they're just not doing anything. Pretty much Pia just get picked off in lobby. Sorta can then rotate freely and try and actually should have killed Snacks here, but they end up going ramp here, and you can see this on the radar that Snacks has vacated Secret, and against Pistols, just going back to ramp, then the potential stack with no info since there were 4 guys lobby. They don't even wait for Snacks to go back lobby, and that results in them getting flanked. There's just so many things in this round that they should have done different and could have done different. They even waited half a minute before, like when Sorta was spotted trying to kill Snacks in Secret, they had 30 seconds to do something because they know where the op was, but they still waited 30 seconds to just allow that flank to happen and try and wait for Snacks, and that's just poor Lee style and just something that we should like expect more out of Gamer Legion.
Martin, I know Janko has made the point that Gamer Legion is a team that seems to struggle a little bit playing as the favorites, and he's made a couple of good examples as to why that is. It's also evident that some of the individuals are not turning up. The conversion rates as well, as you just saw on your screen. I feel like no matter where you look within the Gamer Legion camp, there's a bit of an issue going on. So is it just, you know, the culmination of the entire thing not working out for Gamer Legion, or is there anything specific you're like, if you just fix this, maybe that could unlock the rest of it?
Yeah, this is a conundrum that we will likely to, you know, have to solve today somehow. And as we saw, something that the Gamer Legion was exceptional at coming into the major, well, they're below average right now here at the major. It's obvious that opposition got stronger and they're a little bit more prepared, but yeah, it's tied to the fact that the individuals are just not having that great of a time. Like, we've had multiple times where PR went completely missing, someone that is so reliable in this trio of engine with Hypex, Res and PR. And well, if one of the guys is like that throughout the whole event, it gets progressively more difficult. And I've asked PR like what's happening. I tried to avoid interviews with him because I like the guy. I didn't want to put him on the spot, but I had to do it yesterday.
To be done.
Yeah, I had to do it yesterday, and he said honestly, like, he couldn't point the finger on the mistake or on the weakness. He said honestly, some of the games were unlucky, and it's maybe snowballing him through this stage overall. And it's just rough seeing PR in a shape like this.
From a player perspective, Peter, can you recognize that feeling where you head into a tournament, you've been doing well leading up to it, and all of a sudden when you're here, you're just not hitting your shots, and you're like, what's going on?
Yeah, I've tried it actually multiple times, you know, and funny enough, it happens a lot at the major, and I think it's because there's so much more on the line. And I can recall Sonic saying in my tactical pauses, saying that we need to free up, like we need to free ourselves up a little bit, like, you know, we need to play a little bit more loose, like let the rounds play them out, you know, play a little bit defaultly, see what we got to work with. Let Snacks go into the mid rounding that we know that he's so good at doing, and instead of relying too much on our prep and trying to have this master plan of how to break down our opponents. And I just don't think that has been working for them. And I think it also just comes down to that the players, the worse they get at the major, and in the games, the more mistakes they make, the more hesitant they start being, the less space they start creating for each other. And I think they just get afraid of making mistakes, and that's also why I think they've been playing so poorly, because it's not only the individuals, but it's like as a team they just look so disconnected, and that also just spirals into the individuals playing worse. So like it's a very you know, downwards going spiral in many ways.
Well, they have to figure it out now, otherwise in a couple of hours they will be eliminated from the tournament. Now, changing focus towards Bait as well, we established the Gamer Legion are not in the best place as of right now. I don't know why, but I feel Bait is coming into this O2 game a little bit different. I know losing to M80 was not a good look for them, but losing 13-11 against Foot, that's a result that I can somehow respect. I think Foot is one of the better teams we have here in Stage 2. So do you share that sentiment that you're not as worried on behalf of Bait as we should be with Gamer Legion?
Yeah, I think when you look at the shape overall, I think Bait are coming a little bit better, a little bit hotter into this best of 3. Obviously, the recent losses are close, and as we know, Bait are always playing these close games. I think every single game apart from one at this major so far, we're just 23 plus rounds, so they like to be this like kind of like late round team, late match team. Well, you know, it's worrying on the other hand with NPL as well. Ahead of the major, he was one of the best players on the server whenever Bait was playing. In big events, he was pretty much hard carrying them, but when it comes to this major, he's finding himself. He's still struggling, and it's kind of a repeat story from what we just mentioned with the PR just a minute ago.
It is, and that is a big issue because I very much agree with you. I think the catalyst behind Bait is NPL. Peter, as you remember, they started off the year playing not their best brand of Counter-Strike, struggling a lot, you know, rusty changes in and out. NPL was struggling as well in the beginning of the season. Then all of a sudden, as you said, Martin, he hyped it up, you know, stepped up massively, and all of a sudden Bait become a reliable team again. Now he's struggling, Bait is struggling. Is there a direct correlation between NPL not playing well and Bait losing?
Yeah, that there has to be something to it, and I think the whole thing that he gave up the Inky leading role to Alex to, you know, to get more freed up, and maybe he has also been a little bit too chaotic in some moments. I think that, you know, that's also put a little bit more expectations on his own shoulders, but also, you know, for us that he is supposedly to pick up bigger numbers since he doesn't have the hierarchy you have to having to lead the squad as well. I think that for Bait, I still think that, as Martin said, they have played better than Gamer Legion coming into the game, and I think yesterday was maybe more of an off day than it was them playing poorly, because I do think that they have what it takes to actually make it to stage 3. I think it's a team that is still on the rise. I think the one big question for me is still Sissy a little bit. The fact that he has such a vital part in the team playing the AWP, but he still seems to be like so up and down. He had like one good game against M80 where he really pulled through in overtime, but it's like this is where it's going to come down to. Like if he can step up in this game where he's probably needed the most, then I think that they're going to be taking this one.
Well, obviously no game without no veto. We got to figure out where these two teams are heading in. Martin, is there anything you expect from this veto, or any potential surprise you could see being picked out by either Bait or Gamer Legion?
I'm not sure about the surprises. Obviously, if you're on elimination hopes and ropes, you kind of want to lean into probably your strengths, and maybe you don't want to overthink it with analyzing mistakes, mistakes of enemies.
Where do you see the strengths of Gamer Legion right now?
That's a great question. I mean, do I have to say ancient when in reality it was the Astralis just beating them flat out in the best of one? It's rough.
I think them turning their attention to Inferno, you know, that makes sense, because they've played it twice here at the major. That's the map they haven't lost yet, and turning attention to Bait, you know, going from Mirage, that is their bread and butter. That's the one they've always wanted to pick. That's the one they played the most. They feel very comfortable. The good, or the crazy thing for me is now the fact that we do get to see Nuke, which is a map that Gamer Legion have been completely demolished on throughout this tournament. So if it actually turns into a third map, I would be very worried if I was Gamer Legion.
I like the ancient band from Gamer Legion. My final thoughts are there.
All right. Safe to say that we have a pretty cool game at our hand. In case you just tuned in, now is the right timing, because we're just about ready to get the game started. Let me just remind you that this is an 0-2 game. It's an elimination game. Whoever loses this best of 3 would also be eliminated from the major. So safe to say the stakes are high. Let's get it going.
I like the way Stico put it as well. You know, you've got elimination hopes, and they're on the ropes for both Bait and Gamer Legion. Desk has set the scene fantastically. Loses out on an opportunity for a longer major.
If this was a 2-2 game, it would make a whole lot more sense.
Yeah, the 0-2, the best of one's just not being kind to either.
Yeah, Gamer Legion have looked extremely rough around the edges. Tucked in safe second mid. Understandable. CTs, they love to cross the boiler, jump spots, see if they can catch any early whiff of info. Well, not going to start that way, Gamer Legion. They're going to start 4 strong on A. The setup will have a combination of Hypex on the long corner, with Rez tucked in on the pocket. Snacks under the balcony. Well, he's starting to search.
NPL's tugged. Alex is going to be spotted out with the bomb as well. NPL comes bringing the fight. Great work. Profits off of the early info and the early excursion from Snacks. Here comes that util. Flash completely blinds off Rez. This is technical. And NPL's been brutal. 3 kills off the rip, and the desk put him on the spotlight as well. Keep your eyes on him and his performances. NPL at the top of the table, typically correlating with the win.
Well, PI's had some tough performances this major, looking to bounce back in stage 2.
They're coming his way. Wow.
Never get a chance. All right, well, Towson announcing his presence over towards Pit. The bomb will get planted, and they're actually springing to action to deal with Towson now. He doesn't even have any armor. Not going to matter. Kenzor rips that one away. And what a spotless start there for Bait. Easy stuff. The essential kill doesn't really matter.
No. And if anything, you know, it's one side, it's inspiring. The other, it's very deflating for this to be the way your series starts.
I was, listening to the desk there and talking about some of the Gamer Legion woes. It's the way that they've been conducting them? Like, is Snacks calling to compensate for the lack of comms or initiative being taken? Are the calls putting them in the tough spot? It doesn't really matter. It's just what we're seeing, and it's definitely not the most convincing Counter-Strike. It's not a team that was just in the grand final of IEM Atlanta a couple of weeks ago against Na'Vi, I'll tell you that much. So the wheels have come off in Cologne. It's about piecing this machine back together, because both of these teams can make a 0-2 run. I'm extremely confident in that statement. No coach for Bait here. Madden unable to be behind the team.
And they haven't put a stuffed animal in the chair.
No, not yet. I guess that came late. Stage 1, they thought, we don't need it.
We just didn't know the meta. They didn't realize the coachless.
It might not have got the same fanfare as well. Spirit get it for free.
Well, their intention to block half wall did rock the clock a little. We get to that minute mark as the HE from PR looks like it's going to do some chunky damage to both Alex and Ascenthial.
Does Rez start to cheat over towards B, right? If you have the stack in the right place, you start to think to yourself, okay, well, they might have a chance in this. Otherwise, Snacks and PR need to do an awful lot between the two of them.
If you can block them and they respect it, but that might not be the case. Looks like they're going to go through.
Kenzie's coming as the HE is the late piece of this. Rez will rotate over in time.
Flash through, and they're charging. Mag-10's bound into the site. Snacks controls with his 5-7. Rez as well, able to offer up just the one. Make it 2. He's caught Sizzy on the smoke spam.
But they're not quick to plant. This gets tough now, 20 seconds.
Especially when they can start pushing you, making this as uncomfortable as possible. Kenzie's a fake plant with 14 seconds on the clock.
Now they swing.
Time for this. You ain't got time for this. 10 seconds. Kenzie's just can't hit his shot. Rez can. 3 kills deep. A second round conversion. Up against the force buy, they fall flat. Bait sent back to spawn.
Yeah, that's tough because without that bomb going down, they lack the extra $600. And well, atmosphere appears to be a key. You just see, well, at least we do, Towson being quite jovial after that. So that's a huge round to win. And the kill comes to Rez in their rotation there, but very well done from PR and Snacks, right? The HE softens them up. It makes it a whole lot easier for these 5-7s. And Hypex also going to bring some energy. We know this man can be clutch. So this force lacks any real bite from Bait.
I mean, Hypex was the only one putting in a shift in their best of 1 versus Bet Boom. He was doing everything he could.
It's just odd to see them disappear to such a degree.
Yeah, especially when expectations were high. Perhaps that's a contributing factor. Community started to put them in their pick'ems. Burden of additional pressure.
The bomb has been left T-stairs and everybody's gravitating towards top mid. So even if they do get the kills,
you can't explode.
Yeah, so we'll wait and see. MPL's heading back now, so this is definitely a mistake that this has been left. And now the bottom banana smoke's faded, so fortunately replenished. Oh, and the bomb spotted.
Hello. Well, that's going to give you some sort of info. Rez going down with empty hands. His M4 gets nothing.
He's splitting.
Sizzy wants that. Yeah. Yoink. Okay, they're in spawn. Good find from Snacks. Catches Alex, who was trying to burrow into CT.
Interesting. The bottom banana players don't activate off of the info. They only saw 1.
Snacks clearing them all out. The rats in the system. Bomb's got a clear path.
Well, if Sizzy goes down here, yeah, exactly. Even if Sizzy dies to PR, the B players can start to activate.
But clear intent in Sizzy's movements.
Smoke CT.
Deep one. Oh my god, long range. Fair play. PR's done well there.
MPL trying to be too tricky there.
And they're pushing through. Gonna try and deny him on the plant. They don't have the bullets. They're gonna found the USP. Gives him a fair fight. NPL removes the first of the 1v3 and are not gonna be able to get away. Towson chases him down, and Gamer Legion will convert and secure themselves what should be a bit of a gimme.
Okay, so I guess calming the position that PR gets the kill from and being specific with it is hard because it's not a spot that you're often fighting. It feels like MPL's understanding of the situation is that player is further away on rotation. Otherwise, you just drop a standard CT smoke and guarantee you get the bomb down and set something up in the site. The fact that you're getting this free kill, there's still 20 seconds left. If they're taking a pause, get the smoke in, maybe a better opportunity in that one, but now it's just going to have to be the eco.
And I have to respect PR for not, immediately kind of magnetizing to the M4. He instead goes and looks for the fight on the cross and does catch them with their pants around their ankles. Fight mid off the flash. Doesn't look like anyone's going to be too exposed. Alex was the only one susceptible, and just a bit of chip damage on that HE. PR tried to be forward and instead has just gone down early to an MPL Tech 9. That's already super uncomfortable for Snacks.
It's definitely forced a big rotation, but you're still confident in Game Legion at this juncture. They have a lot of utility to block with. They're here in case there is the explosion. When you're dealing with unarmored opponents, right, these are the tough fights that essentially have to be given to you, especially that we're talking about a couple of Deagles in the mix here. So starting the reroute. Game Legion, they don't really have a choice. They kind of have to stay in the darkness, but because it is this eco, this type of a setup is not the end of the world. Hypex wanting to play for some info there. You can see him attempting to live forward, but he needs to sit back because if Towson's under pressure, he's the only man that can support and vice versa.
Staying active for this arch wrap. Oh my god, get your nades out. Put him away. Hypex goes down. It's just Towson here. This could be a horrible round to lose. NPL's taken off Snacks' head in rotation. Towson versus the world. Gets triple swung. Kens is all comfortable, and I can't believe how comfortable that looked for Bait. They were in control the whole time somehow.
Here I am saying it shouldn't be any issues. They're playing an okay setup, and right there, that looks miserable.
What?
That pincer that happens to Hypex there, right? The fact that there's a player over towards Apps as well, he's really unable to move. Just gets stuck between a rock and a hard place. And sure, Gamer Legion, they win a force buy earlier in the piece, but this is essentially an eco victory. MPL putting in a shift so far, up to 6 kills. 2 more impactful ones, so feeling the flow of the game. And I thought we were just going to get back to regular scheduled programming into the next round of play. Gamer Legion are the ones who are now going to suffer a bit more of a stinker in the buy department. I wonder if IMD wants to get on the mic early. He's out of his chair, and he's waltzing over to the button. Bang! All right, well, he's pressed it.
I mean, probably something he wants to just correct.
I think that this, for me, you're unhappy with how the last round went, but forget about it because you saved the M4. Rez had enough money to drop another one. So at least you get 2 M4s going, and then it's how else can we piece this together? Because the worst case scenario in this situation is you lose this next one after fully investing, and then you take an eco, and then now Bait have a 2-round lead, right? So you want to try and mitigate that as quickly as you can. So I understand this timeout, and I think it's well placed. Hypex did initially invest with a scout, but I think he's been sent in a different path. He comes back in with a 5-7. Trying to make sure they facilitate a little bit of util.
So let's recap. It was that opening death that we didn't think would cost them too much.
Yeah, this is the one, right? So Alex in Apps, the fact that he limits the position of Hypex there. Right, Hypex takes the contact long, thinks he's going to have room to take the fight, can't back up, pinned, swarmed. That's the kill that really makes the difference. And then they have the rotation.
Just a couple of pistols and a smoke grenade.
Yeah, shouldn't be that easy. We'll see if it really counts, though. Both teams winning some low buys early on.
Yeah, let's see if they can pull this one off. A forward app set up for Towson and Hypex.
It'll be belated cheers for Bait. They win this one, they know what it means. So a very important round now is the stack heavy on A. They have sold the B bomb site. And I like this type of call as well, whether or not it works. If you lose the round because you've rolled the dice incorrectly, that's okay. You get a double dip of this and can still be competitive as opposed to having to deal with the eco into the next. Towson pushing. Spotted. Yeah, Kenzie will see him. I don't know about that.
They haven't got the B space yet.
But Towson's push has facilitated a heavy rotation. Both M4s will be here and blocked.
Wow, just in time. Just in time.
Have a HE to break this if they'd like, but it's always dicey against a force buy.
Especially 5-7s up close.
How good are the flashes?
Can they do it again? They've already won one of these.
Towson's coming down.
Back's turn. Just as Kensizor looks
away,
Sizzy's lost the bomb.
Do you go forward? Do you go back?
MP9.
You know they've got all the info. 30 seconds. Got to make a choice.
They're running out to Towson. If he can disrupt with the MP9, he goes running and gunning for another onto NPL, but there is a race on. Hypex will be there in time. He's had his knife out, will tuck into the site, hears them coming, confirms
enough.
his suspicions. One is enough. A powerful position here, hoping to be overlooked. Attention drawn by PR, and that's the kill. Kentizor's gone. Gamer Legion, they're making it work on the pistols.
Okay, wow, the stack worked, the rotation was there. Towson's push not noted. I thought that Kenzizor...
we saw a flash.
Well, we did.
Yeah, X-ray. That makes all the difference.
All right, well, this is starting quite nicely with the back and forth. Snacks there, good understanding of the economy. The fact that they did win the eco, they should have a full buy. You hear that just chirp out of the mouth. And yeah, this was a race, right? Towson, I also love the fact he stays proactive there and just swings into them. Hypex gets set up by PR, and he delivers. Timeout called, and not by the coach. There isn't one behind Bait.
Does someone have to kind of wheel their chair over to the button?
I guess they're still able to type it in.
Okay,
I suppose. I guess you have to have some type of a
accommodation.
system.
Yeah.
You know what? Alex can't get out of the chair and take his headset off.
I'll be doing that.
Well, the same thing I just said regarding the Gamer Legion timeout now applies to the Bait timeout. So we're in a bit of a tug of war right now. Nobody's won out on the finances truly, even though Gamer Legion technically did. They were unable to convert against that eco.
It's okay. I think Gamer Legion should be terrified because NBL's got a Tech 9.
He's done his best work with the pistols so far, hasn't he?
He has.
Well, I think because you know you're going up against a buy, you're just going to approach this more standard if you're Game Legion, which means you probably fight for some banana control, and they're starting 3 strong.
Wow, early chip damage connect. 3 players worse for wear. Blocked by the incendiary as they progress middle.
I think Ascenthio's just missed his smoke there, banana. It's bounded back towards him.
Up middle with it, a care in the world. I'm sure Hypex has learned his lesson. He calls for the flash from Towson and confirms no one's home.
Packets control this early is a nice boon for Bait. Gives them some wiggle room considering they haven't contested banana just yet. Snack sitting back over to deal with the mid to B possibility, and Rez pokes his nose in from Library. So they've called that clear as PR. Continues to send damage downrange banana, knowing that, hey, we still have this full information. Says he comes back with the orb. Can he catch PR on a jump spot?
I wouldn't put it past him. This kid's quick. Just like that on the jump spot, PR sat down. Looks like acceleration on the cards.
Snack's going to play silent in the back of the site or try and stuff him in the choke.
Yeah, he didn't have the block smoke, so he is just going to try and tuck on new box and hope it's not Molotov'd.
This rotation miles away.
It's just Snacks up against the entire squad.
Hypex can flash, but not yet.
Looking the wrong way, catches the perfect timing
The
for
flash.
Snacks. Here comes that flash. Perfect team play. Hypex sets up Snacks. He's still alive at the back of the site. Stubborn in defense of B, and that clock is ticking. Kensazor finally fells him, but with 10 HP left, he's susceptible to spray. Nice again, Sizzy on the follow-up.
What's going to plant? 10 seconds.
Pressure's applied, flank from NPL, catches Rez, but doesn't find it cleanly, and Gamer Legion will win out the tug of war.
Okay, that one's tense, isn't it? Snacks does so well there back of the site. He's got 2 choices. I either just try and mow them down to the choke point of the mouth of banana and buy time for the rotation, or I hide. And the first one he has to do on his own. Hypex was still just darting through CT spawn. This is great from Sizzy. We know he can hit these type of shots. They start skyrocketing towards that B site. It's the correct call. This flash comes in, well timed. The fight has already been taken, and bang, Ascenthio goes down, and so does the round.
You could put that round in a Counter-Strike textbook. You really could. Just the fact that Snacks, he catches the moment that they're clearing dark, his back is turned, and the teammates flash for number 2. Beautiful.
Well, they lost an eco before.
This is even less.
Yeah, exactly. So we have a hard time seeing this one going against Gamer Legion. And even more so now. Kensazor is out top middle, displaying some of those frustrations, just takes the fight on his own. See if he can chip in with the Deagle, but it's Hypex to take another. And this will be a 2-5 scoreline in a couple of kills' time. I think if you look at the Stage 2 results for Gamer Legion, those results display domination. Now that's against them. Whereas for Bait, theirs were pretty close. Definitely winnable games. The Foot result, coming into this, I think the problem with Foot is you're dealing with major rookies, but at no point this year have they played like inexperienced characters. They're new on the screen.
Oh, for sure.
But they look like they've been doing it for a while, and that's when you look at the Na'Vi Academy and just the amount of officials and reps, right? That's not including practice and all the time. They're a family over there.
And that Bait Foot game, I'm pretty sure that was the last round where Foot just called a straight B rush. You know, like Bait were so close to OT and just got B rushed into a 13-11 scoreline.
I really look forward to this G2 versus Foot game later today.
I think that's definitely most anticipated game of the day.
And there was a bit of back and forth on Twitter between, I think, the 9Z owner and Overdrive. So the Spirit versus 9Z game. That was a couple weeks ago. But still, I saw Prof out there on Twitter today stirring the pot.
Classic. We do like our beef. Medium rare in Counter-Strike.
Okay, well that's now 3 on the trot for Gamer Legion as the guns come out. Says he does not have his AWP this time. Senthiel, one of the men tasked on this bait side to deal with the banana control.
That Gamer Legion smoke kind of nullifies the T smoke that was thrown further forward. If you dare.
Looks like they want to try and just pounce into A. So when you're making a call like this, if you're Alex, you're assuming they're starting 3 strong B, whether it's out the gate for just a quick dump of Utilin sprawling down, or they do like a second wave. And they're somewhat right. Snax is in 2 minds now, just being the courier of utility. And while this is happening, Bait is slowly taking this space.
Unannounced bracket control.
Smoke in the air from Alex.
2 of them.
Snax is going to burrow in sight side, and PR's now rotated to deal with Long, but he's going to be smoked off. So likely see him push through this when action begins.
Kens all blocked as well. Short moves first. Easy pickup. Towson, 1, traded by Kensizor, looking good on the balcony. Slays another trigger. Discipline from Rez. Outrageous! Oh, no. He's done a little too much there. Essential just caught a whiff. NPL gets a freebie, and this one is going Bait's way for a 3rd.
Yeah, you better run, Hypex. They're coming for you. NPL wants this off. He doesn't want you to carry this through, and he's going to get his way. Trigger gets stuck there, but that all picked up for Sizzy and Bait, and they snatch another one. That's 3 rounds now, nothing consecutive, and that's what they need to break the finances of Gamer Legion. Now Rez is going to be feeling a bit hot under the collar after this because Towson, the pit player, does his job. Rez goes overlooked, and then Ascenthio going to Graveyard. An odd spot considering the nerf. And we've seen a lot of that from PR all major long. Oh, what? Okay, well, 5 bullets and Sizzy, the AWPer, dead through a smoke.
Might be the first time Rez has done that.
He's definitely going to be feeling hard done by there, Sizzy. So, opening advantage granted. I think that's making up for the previous round for Rez.
I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, that's the redemption right there immediately. Lady Luck thought he got a little bit of a bad side, yes, in the previous round. Smoke, break,
okay.
Boosted. I kind of like the idea. Didn't pay off. The Sential's still up there, though. I say that as actually PR forces him down. Pushing in. Snax loses his head to a Sential despite the health discrepancy in the exchange.
Good output considering the circumstances.
Yeah, solid.
And now they have a decent amount of utility for this B finish. Long smoke to block for now. At least keep Towson busy. Hypex's AWP is in pit. Rez cheating back over towards A because of that pressure. So this is all on PR. No util.
2 kills so far by PR's name. He needs another.
Rez can't even help him with a flash.
It's just a smoke spam, a little bit of chip damage, nothing to report.
They don't get anything.
Oh, he's got one onto a Senthiel, and Ken still caught something on the cross as well. Spam from Rez and Towson did connect a little.
They do have a kit and a smoke on Hypex, but he's the last man to the party right now, and they've just been blocked over towards Coffins again. Time is going to be the deciding factor in this. Bait, can you hold on?
And Sizzle's hearing all of their relocation, retooling. Here and Hypex tasked with a defuse. That bomb is ticking at a rapid rate. NPL still hanging out on the banana side. They're going for this late smoke that will block NPL. He might have to play on spam first. Alex spotted towards Dark. Not clearing Ken's or overlooked completely. All too easy. Hypex 1.
Round.
That's round. Bait take the B side. Alex going to go down with the ship, but he will take a 4th round with him.
Well, we know it's a tough site to retake. Everyone has a hard time on this map. The fact that Gamer Legion don't consider the save, it's because PR chips away at that kill onto Ascenthio. And then with the man advantage, you're going to give it a go, but a lot lost there for Gamer Legion.
Could you reiterate what led to PR being so alone on that site? Because it was... a
long smoke comes in. They're playing Hypex pit on his own, right? And they don't really have a lot of information. They didn't have eyes on bracket, so they're not sure if anybody has that control. And at that point, also, if they come flooding out of apartments into Hypex's in pit on his lonesome, right, and that's not a good spot. So it's also one of these things which is aggressive. They've extinguished the smoke, and he's got this full control. And where are the possibility? They're going to flash him back. He rattles off a shot, and that's information.
Yeah, and I don't know what Rez is supposed to get done here. The Zeus up close. Will Kenzazor really get caught out by this? I don't know if that's the world we live in. Yeah. Good management of his angles to keep the distance from the close wall. Nice shot from PR's Desert Eagle. Ascenthiel charging towards him as well. And okay, Kenzazor.
And now you hunt, you know that Hypex has this ult, and if you try and take this out of his hands, it's 2,400 loss going into the next round of play. So you remove this, it's a choice he's going to have to make.
Some save simulator for Hypex. What have you got here? Sizzy and Kenzazor are on the way.
Well, that Zeus just recharged.
Don't know if Hypex heard that. I think he was a bit too far away. Maybe. And easy peasy.
Sizzy's beelining it for that AWP. Look, Hypex with the loss bonus is in a position to buy an AWP, but it's Inferno, and I think he's going to have to prioritize utility, so it means that he won't have an AWP in this round. It means he's going to have to go M4 with nades because the money's just not there. So the choice has been made. He has equipped Silenced M4. And we're all tied up 5 apiece. 3 rounds back consecutively from Bait now.
It's a very nice T-side at this point. A good T-side haul. Could be more.
I think your biggest issue right now for this A defensive Gamer Legion is the fact that they seem to be taking halls and boiler and then brackets before they're even worrying about banana control, which is putting so much more pressure on Towson as your anchor and then whoever his rotation player is, whether it's Hypex, Rez, sometimes Snatch cheating back.
All of this util implies fast A. And it very well will be. It's just Towson. He's got a Molotov at his feet, does get a chance to reposition.
That's a good block smoke. They want to call this off or go through.
Good smoke. They're going to try. Kenzazor's fully blind. Easy pickings. I might slow him down. Yeah, you can see them receding. He chose to commit. Alex has the bomb in apartments. They're going to test Rez. And he's in a perfect position. The off angle slays. Just gets the 2, gets the 3 of them. Racks them up. 5 alive for Gamer Legion for their 6th.
And Clunky there, I think Kenzazor gets team flashed as he's coming out of apartments, dropping into pits. So he's going to be mildly frustrated about that one because that's the difference between him getting the entry kill and being a silly-looking opening death. But it happened so quickly, and here it is. Yeah, so the flash lands on the lip of the van. He drops in pit. Towson, easiest kill he's going to get all game. And then Rez, well, he makes this look like the easiest kills he's going to get all game. Beautiful stuff. Just playing the off angle on Archer, and we got the final round of the half. And we keep this one tied up. It's been level throughout. Both teams winning lighter buys. Both teams looking solid in their approach.
Let's see what round 12 has in store for us. Looks like they are preparing to take the fight half wall. Off the flash from Snags, and PR just takes Ascenthiel out of the round.
PR's thinking, finally, I actually get to take some fights in Banana. That's his first opening kill of the half.
Alex down to half health off the back of the HE.
Boosting up. There's something here.
Yeah, PR down and out. Alex 666 finds a necessary frag back. Looks like Kenzazor's trying to smoke walk, and Snacks has read him like a book.
Don't.
Don't.
We don't need the Snacks antics now. Mate, this is a 0-2 game.
This is for survival.
This is your map choice. Get yourself the 7-5 half, big man.
It is only Rez here, so if they get him cleanly, never mind. He's handled it with poise. Gamer Legion 7, Bait 5. It's tit for tat. It's back and forth, and it's still all up for debate. But don't forget, end of this series, loser goes home.
somebody. Cause everybody's gonna need somebody. It's just a beat. Now move your body. Cause everybody's gonna need somebody. Now move your body, cause everybody's gonna need somebody. It's just a beat. Now move your body, cause everybody's gonna need somebody. It's just a beat. Now move your body, cause everybody's gonna need somebody. It's just a beat. Now move your body, cause everybody's gonna need somebody.
Again, at first base is a dread. He's gonna hit the ground there. Oh, what a jumping double for Cole! What is going on right now? How does he do this? Cole is safe luminosity with the all-play.
We're live. Game of Legion's pick in a do-or-die affair. Stage 2 ends here. Pick in a do-or-die affair. Stage 2 ends here. The major ends here for one of Bait and Game of Legion. Not the teams I would have expected to see in a 0-2 match. And now we're ready for our second half. It's Game of Legion's pick, and they did manage to wrestle for a 7-5 lead.
This is one of the weaknesses in Bait's map pool. If you take a look, they're top heavy, right? They love their Mirages, they love their Ancients. Well, got Mirage coming up next, their home turf. They won the pistol in the first half thanks to MPL, getting some crispy ones. He had 6 kills in the first 4 rounds to power them for 2 of those first 4. Let's see if they can make it 2 from 2 in the pistols. That's a whole lot of numbers, but reactive pistol set up on the T side from Game of Legion. So Hypex is there with the flash in case they get challenged. That decoy towards half wall to try and flush anybody out playing close with dual Berettas. It's a passive stance from Bait on B with the Senthiel, Sizzy, and Alex. It's the A defense that brings into question. Kenzizo and MPO on the long side. If they get smoked off, they lose the sight and maybe the round with it.
And that's exactly what's coming.
And Moto smoke from Hypex. Well,
so
you're gonna play through this. It's kind of crazy.
Best bet. 1 spams, 1 hits.
What?
God, 2 hits it, and now no one's looking at Kensis. Oh, doesn't hit it. Towson saved by the bell.
Oh, thanks MPL for those 2 kills, because now the retake is possible.
Yeah, it certainly is. At least the bomb goes down for Game of Legion. Now it's a question of if you can turn the tides of battle here. NPL probably not done. He's elected to just hide out Moto, let his boys group up, and in the chaos, he'll emerge, hoping to catch someone not looking. It's PR that's starting to survey the savannah. He's going to have a flash in his face from Alex. And Ascencio can clear out Towson, still gets one. Not bad output, same from Rez, catches NPL, the Glocks are hitting their shots, just Sizzy on sight. Can't seem to find the headshot required. He's got 1 point of health and no time for this. Rez will close it down. That is not an easy round to win with NPL finding 2 on the entry.
And that means that Kenzie's or whiff really does come back to cost them. I think NPL's double, you think, okay, that's going to be enough. It doesn't matter that Kenzie's or couldn't connect the dots right there, but now in the grand scheme of things, this is the double kill. They know they're up mid, he's just peppering away. The fact he gets a double, they're jumping, trying to avoid this. They run into side, Towson gets one immediately traded. NPL gets a third for the round, and I'll tell you what that means. It means Kenzie's gets an M4 in this one. Short Hypex lets out a roar, and that's Kenzie's having a bit of a mare right there, but he can make good on this immediately. We've already had some Force by wins, some eco wins.
Kenzie's just immediately reveals that M4 with an opening kill. Snacks removed from the pack.
And I love his decision there. He shows the M4, gets the kill, and then immediately rotates to B in case of a reaction.
He's kind of treating it like the AWP of the round.
There's going to be time for him to rotate back and forth now that Sizzy's blocked top mid. So this is working quite nicely. They've shown presence top middle, and they have more util over towards B. Senthil can block with this smoke if you'd like, but maybe you were hoping for an invitation. Alex with the flash. Senthil tucked in close, and Kenzie's all ready to mow them down. The util being lined up now for Gamer Legion on this execute. The NPL and Sizzy flank can be fast. They know top mid's clear. This is all on B.
Second wave, they wait for the smokes to be up, and then have just laden the site with flame. Senthil forced into the fight. Kenzie's, oh, that's that hero M4 living up to the prefix. PR back 2. Finds and denies Kenzie's with more. Alex catches 2 backs turned. Just Hypex remaining. It's a 1v2. It is winnable, but with 20 seconds, it's high stress. NPL coming in from the banana side. He's gone for the fake plant, gets the info off.
Now he knows.
Now he knows. 17 seconds and counting. NPL scavenges a kit and an M4. Hypex wouldn't just hold it, would he? Fakes the steps, swings on out. NPL, you beast.
Mate,
denies.
He's doing that without the armor. He's the man that dropped the M4 there. That one's on a tightrope right there, and the smiles on the face of Sizzy. Kenzie's makes up for the mare on the pistol, and we have similar scenes to the first half of play. We exchanged the pistols, we've exchanged the forces, and Kenzie's, I think he was red in the face after the pistol round. Thought, nah, that ain't happening again, not on my watch.
But I love that as well. Like, it's just those little actions. The fact that you said, no worries, mate, here's an M4, show us what you got. Shakes it off immediately. Very cool. Good to see the bait ranks have got trust in one another.
Gamer Legion don't actually want to get involved in the Force by wars, but that does mean they're going to have 2 rounds that look very similar. So right now they've gone 5 digs. They're going to allow all the util to be siphoned through and then just search for headshots. But then into the next round with only 1900 loss, I'll let you guys do the maths. It's not enough for a full buy. So they can have 2 lighter investments, or maybe they've got a crazy pocket strat into the next. Maybe some Galils. We'll have to wait and see. It'll count for everything. Slow and steady. The Deagle.
He hit it.
Oh, mate.
What?
NPL lucky to be alive there. Might have to buy some stocks in wine barrels.
Yeah, I think so. They're made out of Kevlar. Adds to the taste.
Optic stickers on that Sizzy M4 there. It's probably going to be the highlight of this round. Oh, peppered away. Hypex gets something.
Yeah, and if Kenzie's puts his head in the vice, a chance presents itself for Hypex. He was unable to make good on it. You just got Snacks' recovered M4. And Kenzie's lovely.
Okay, well, 6 kills for Kenzie's in the last 2 rounds of play. That one was an easy one. But you can see what I mean with the money now. We've got 3.7 on the high end for Hypex. It's 2.7 on the low end for Snacks. So this is not buy territory.
I just want to see some nades, you know? Like, it can't just be another one of those Deagle rounds.
I think Deagles, we've mentioned this earlier in the tournament, I think, especially on a map like Inferno, if you're going to be light buying, I would prefer to see Tech 9s than even P250s as opposed to Deagles, because a lot of the time you are just going to be looking at smokes.
Right.
And this one's even lighter than the last. So what was 5 Deagles previously is just 2 and some flashes. So you got your wish with the nades.
the second flash, they'll go, and Essential could have himself a bit of a farm fest. Partners up with his teammate, nearly get it all shut down cleanly. It's just Snacks that eventually gets something in the kill feed for Gamer Legion.
This buying pattern from Gamer Legion does mean that this is a full buy without any compromises. Everybody has an AK. You should have full sets of util. Towson's just missing a couple of flashes and a HE. But we're not dealing with Galils, right? There's no concern that you're floating around with weaker weaponry than you should have. However, that's allowed Bait to have 2 very strong rounds back-to-back and build a big nest of cash. So they've got a residual buy. Deep banana smoke from spawn. It looks like this one. I was going to say is reactive because we started 4 T stairs and only 1 second mid, but maybe they were expecting.
Essential, empty hands. Alex actually able to provide. Wow, continues to stick around and pummels Snacks that softened him up for the NPL HE. Team play.
Looked like that was starting miserably for Bait.
Take themselves out of trouble.
Well, Alex is still the walking wounded. His support network is MPL, who's cheating over now.
Sizzy's pushing apps.
Beautiful. Beta looking dialed in. Kansas are rotating over as well, so Sizzy with the audacious play. I'm surprised he doesn't just stay second mid to make sure they can't go back A, but maybe they're certain for this B finish. 50 seconds. Here they come.
It's unlikely Alex is going to get too much more done. Even loses an extra point of health from the impact of the grenade. And there's that flank. Yield, yeah, commits to the spray.
You've got nades, Chief. Just block them in.
And they are forced forward. Horrible feeling for Gamer Legion. How do you get out of this one? Raw aim. Smoke phase. And a headshot from Hypex. Equalizes. Now NPL catches them with back to turn, but there's another trade from Hypex, and it actually looks like Gamer Legion have done enough. Sizzy was last seen Banana. He's gone round the world and booked by Hypex for number 3. I don't know how they've done that. Oh,
you can see it's starting to come out of players who historically, you know, keep it loud, but keep it a bit more to themselves. It's coming out of everybody, the type of environment where you can see your opponents between the rounds, and they're awfully close, especially the players who are on the end. But this is very poor from Bait in terms of the finish. They had all the information, the stack was in the correct place, just unable to hit the shots, and feels like they're doing it individually there. Sizzy, the spam behind, it's kind of like the Kenzies are on the pistol round situation. It's like, okay, it shouldn't matter.
You had the numbers, you had the info.
Exactly.
Now you've got a nade right in your crotch.
So both teams losing some rounds that they shouldn't. That's setting us up for an exciting game. 9-8, 1 round gap. Maybe Sizzy can make good from that mare with his signature weapon. He's got the AWP in hand. So MPL rotates over to B to be 3 strong with Alex and Senthiel. Given a lot of room to be able to organize themselves, our Gamer Legion. Audible dismount there on the half wall, so Gamer Legion are not in a rush. They're expecting a sweep behind that smoke. Considering they have nobody brackets and we're at the 45-second mark, PR is merely just presence. They let him surge to try and find a way out just in case. 30 seconds now. MPL's close on this rotation. Has a flash to alley-oop.
Just been blocked. Ooh, PR finding
Do you rotate? You've got time if you go right now.
It looks like they might.
Oh, they're going in. They're going in.
Committing in. Rez with the bomb on his back just leads the charge. Easy pickings. Just shut down. Running through the grey screen, a death sentence. Hypex loses his AWP. They're going to lose everything here. Snacks too many targets. Too little time. Hang on a second. PR's going to get the bomb planted. An ace clutch available to him. A masterful spray down. Puts him into the 1v1. Did he spot him? Did he spot him? I don't think so. Kensis was worried about Dark. 2 bullets. It has to be that one tap. Kensis was cleared him. Denies what would have been incredibly heroic.
PR, you do an awful lot of damage there. He knows that clutch. It was in touching distance. Kenzies just picking up all the gubbins from that one. That'll be 9. We're tied up here.
crazy.
Another round where Bait's like, okay, you've shut them down. They've executed into your stack, even though you lost one on the other side of the map. And a timeout called from IMD. Okay. Taking stock of the financial situation, while PR getting the bomb down and getting all those kills. He has 4K. Snacks and Towson are in Galil or AK territory if they'd like. I even feel you could justify a hero AK on PR. Or even a hero Galil if you want it to be safe. Oh, they're shoving. Okay, they're going all in. They understand that coming down to a 1v1 means that Bait's finances are at break point. Sure, they're able to invest here as we catch just the Modown and the grey screen. Like, this is simple stuff.
But in seconds, he comes in with that 3K.
It's all about the money, right? That's likely why Gamer Legion have shoved here, because if they win this, it's 1,400 loss for Bait. And we are late in the game, tied up at 9-9.
An awful lot riding on this then.
Again, that is likely why we see this pace, but in the previous, sure, PR was able to get the brackets control and get the kill, but it also came late. He only started to make those moves at about 45 seconds. Look at this sweep. They know there's no warp on the other side. They're taking their chances.
Sentinel's just waltzing down middle, and they're not looking. Towson nearly goes down to NPL with some composed tabs, and it's baiting in Essential with a block smoke. You're going to operate under the assumption that there's absolutely no chance. Off the HE, MP9 gets nothing. They're wounded. Gamer Legion do have the man up, though.
Get a little information that there's plenty of bodies. T stares, still more chip damage done. MPL tickles a few as they now take this banana space. Kenzazor rotating away. It's just Alex on the jiggle.
Blocked at 40 seconds.
The last few rounds, Bait have had the read and have been in the right place. Now they're in a 2-2 as Kenzazor meanders back over. Execute lines up.
Alex on first orange. Kenzazor with that little flash and swing through the smoke plate. It's all
just
about the
the
timing.
two of them. A's not rotating to help.
Triple molly. Here we go. Awkward for Alex. Finds a safe haven behind second orange. Kenzazor just tries to unload his mag, but then there's a flash. Beautiful. PR able
15.
to dispatch Kenzazor. It's just Alex 666, and he's traded. Towson provides, and the site is lost.
It'll be a save now. Sizzy and MPL cannot risk going for this with the loss bonus of 1,400. Sizzy can drop an M4 into the next as long as they hold on to this. And right now, when the penny drops, the Snacks want to call them off the leash to go for a little bit of a hunt.
I mean, you already highlighted how important that hunt could be.
It doesn't look like they're moving, right? They don't want to give anything away and allow a way back in for Bait to just snatch a silly round. So they're going to pick up what they can, and they're going to walk away with double digits first. This has been quite a back and forth game. The longest streak of rounds we've had is 3. Kenzazor looks so desperate, right? Because the util comes in, he thinks they're definitely committing with it. He plays ahead, just standing in the open, spraying an easy target for PR to take down.
Yeah, I do actually. I really admired that. Like, there's 3 steps to their BXX. It's the smokes, then they wait, they plume, then the mollies, then the flash for the person that's just swung pool. This flash right here.
Oh, Kenzazor. He's going to be absolutely spewing with how that's unfolded. And the save being called there, that was the better of the options. Okay, save being called there, that was the better of the options. Okay, so Sizzy drops an M4, they save one, and they have the AWP. It's MP9s for Alex and Kenzazor. Something 3 strong B with that AWP. Sizzy's going to look for a pick. Coming through.
Oh, they've already flashed him. Snacks is already up car. Sizzy could be caught out by a wide swing here if he's not careful. Oh yeah, booked by the flashbang. Snacks picks up the frag. Essential alone on the coffins, and a nice pickup. Removes Snacks' head.
Bombs down T-Stairs, they can reroute. They don't have to commit to this. That happened so quickly, I think they thought they'd just find the knockout blow, but while this has happened in Banana, Kenzazor has been liberated. He's pushed all this way.
There's no way PR's going to consider this at such an early juncture. He's hearing all of this, a huge amount of information relayed.
Needs to be careful with his movements, cannot give away a step.
Flank, backs are turned, so much information, 3 visible. gets the late piece of Hypix on Banana. Now uncomfortable. The flash is there. NPL just the one. Still, Essential able to scurry into the site in time. He's well positioned for this. He's likely to be overlooked. How's the cover? Wow, PR. Great awareness. Sweeps through the site, ensures it's clear. Puts us in a 2-on-2. Lick of the Flame puts Alex on 56. Block smoke Moto. It's this abs push from Kensizor that's just been spotted by PR. They got the info. They know where both of the CTs are coming from. They've got a crossfire established. Everything dictates this should be Game Allegiance 11th. Flying into the site is Kensizor. Alex 666 with the odds stacked against him. And PR just taking heads. Wow, that's an impactful round out of PR, turning his game around. 16 frags now for the young gun.
Well, I'm just going back to see if I can catch it. Just not connecting perfectly. Bait, look at this flash that's thrown. That's what flashes NPL. I'm glad the replay team had that covered. I just have to go back and double check. He's flashed NPL in a position to take the fight. They're just trying to not win the round on their own, but they're taking chances and the comms aren't flowing. So that is a very costly flash. And now the score 11-9. They have to take an eco. This should be 12 for Game Allegiant.
Yeah, should being the operative. Kensizor's decided it might not be. Desert Eagle headshot onto PR.
Gotta slow your roll. You can't just keep trying to win these rounds on their own. Obviously, this is the eco with just the pistol upgrade. You need a little bit more heroics. This is his turn.
He peeks now. He's got Snacks on his screen, and he's got him body shotted. Kensizor the follow-up. Finds Hypex trying to surge forward. This one's slipping through Game Allegiance.
Has to fight.
Can't lose two ecos. Rez has found Kensizor. Okay. NPL going forward at this.
No way he goes in boiler.
Wants to just take the head. Towson was on the back pedal. The audacity from NPL. They've hit some bangers, sure.
Oh, Rez, he's the high flyer right now. 21 kills, 1v2. This should have been a gimme.
Exercises a bit of patience here, hoping for an overreaction, an overstep.
Yeah, but now he's letting those seconds tick by, and the longer it goes, he will be committed to A.
Here it comes, NPL's pushing forward. His back is turned, gets Essential, looking for the next one, and it's a deagle bullet to the belly. Bait have pulled it off, they've bailed themselves out. They've got Kensizor and NPL's double kills to thank.
I don't know how you keep the mental in it now. You've lost two ecos, two proper ecos.
In one map,
I'm not talking full with just Glocks and USPs, but I'm talking unarmored opponents. And NPL has been instrumental in some of these forced by victories throughout, whether that's dropping M4s or hitting bangers. That's a big round. This is just a couple of upgraded pistols and a whole world of destruction. You think the mental Bait, they're a young team, right? Sizzy, you think this kid's gonna be feeling a lot of pressure. He's 16 at his first major. Game Allegiant, sure, still some fresh faces on that squad, but they should have more experience and be able to hold on to a It's now they're the ones in the financial woes, and Kensizor, he shows he can make some noise. Bait, they can snatch this away in the final throws of Inferno.
And it's ugly. MP7, Galil, Tech 9, it's all higgledy-piggledy.
This has been different from the other Stage 2 games for Game Allegiant that have looked like landslides. This one been looking more comprehensive while still a back-and-forth game. But look at the opening stance here from Bait. Not running down Banana, looking for the challenges, not giving an opportunity top mid at the start of the round. And the restraint on the util. That's the key. The fact that we are at 1 minute and 10 and they still have 4 smokes. You're just going to get blocked here.
It's going to have to be brute force. There's one of them at 1 minute, the first half wall blocked. Retake util.
Channeling them into A with this. There's 3 smokes, so they can just go long, Moto, and go. Oh, double smoke long. No Moto smoke.
Yikes. Towson's going to throw it late. No, he's not.
Oh, the wheels have come off it.
They're dumping util, though. At least they've avoided that salvo. Belt a little equal now. Block smoke on short.
30 seconds.
You are screwed.
You got to go through this.
It better be the world's best flashbang. PR's coming from Abs. Towson late long. Hang on a second, Sizzy. On to Snacks. 19 seconds. Towson onto Sizzy. Hang on. Maybe
He's
there's a
still
way.
not rotating.
Maybe there's
It's
a way.
just the two here.
It's just an MP7 on res. Pathing into the site and a dead man. Easy pickings. Kenzazor's done enough. Bomb is loose. And it looks like Bait will be taking 11. Just like that.
You can see Bait, there's still a mystery on the board. The fact that two players are staying back a B the entire time. They're not feeling enough pressure and presence, but they're sticking to their guns. They're not over-rotating. They're not cheating elsewhere. They are having faith in their setups and their individuals to deliver. And you're going to force fight out the game now if you're Gamer Legion.
Whoever told them to hold their util that round is a genius. I mean, you could just see how awkward that made Gamer Legion's round. They just didn't have a chance. Staring at a smoke with what?
Now they're going to try Clubber in time. It's going to be likely just a B rush here. They're going pre-extinguish into this.
Here we go. Caution to the wind. Flash connects, forces them back, and Tech9's are accelerate. You're not going through an incendiary. You're going to try. Snags trying to forge a path, trying to get hectic. You know he likes a smoke push, but Ascential knows all too well, and he's done well. USP to finish. PR's a dead man. Another from the USP, and Gamer Legion are in trouble.
It's going to be the same again in terms of the buy, whether or not it's the same call. Losing that second eco in this map, the tilt, they've fallen off the edge of the planet.
Well, the desk were talking about how Bait love a close game. It doesn't get closer than this. They've lost a 13-11 and a 13-10 to put them here in this elimination match, and now perhaps the 13-11 is theirs to start off proceedings in this elimination best of 3.
That's their map choice, and Mirage up next. Are they going for something poppy towards B again? Snacks leading the charge once more.
We're just trying again. We're just going to try again. This one's a little more tempered.
I did hear the typing. And no damage was done there. I think that's what likely the admins were just quickly looking for. Fortunately, no damage was done. Oh, dead mouse. Okay, yeah, you can see that plugged in. Saw that immediately. So I don't know how long he gets or if he has to play wired, but right now he needs a bit more cable. You're not going to be able to play with that. Your swipes are going to be causing a...
Did you bring a bungee from home?
It's not going to matter in this case, is it? He's going to have to
get it unwired,
untether this.
Loose.
Mate, if you're already mad, adding this into the mix.
Gosh.
That's the thing. That's your responsibility, unfortunately. Okay, well...
I mean, you know, I've got a lot of time and a lot of respect for Snacks. If he can rustle his team into overtime, I will be in awe.
Both teams have had some rounds where they definitely should have won. Right? There's a couple that stand out for Bait where they had flanks, they had them locked in, they had man advantages, but the problem is the ones that Gamer Legion lost were gimmies, right? A couple of landslide rounds off the back of those. They did the hard work against the lighter buys, the forces. It's a different call. Last round they were going to be heading towards Banana. This is a bit of a different look. So given a moment to come up with a new plan, Snacks has had second thoughts. Sizzy's AWP, end of apartments. Kenz's alongside, 3-man B stack, starting to take space top Banana now. They're going second wave. They're going to call Banana clear. That might force the hand of Gamer Legion to go ahead of schedule.
Sizzy scoped up in the apartments. They're going to double swing him. A tight line that works out, pays dividends. PR down and out, another opening death for him. He has to watch now as his team try and fight to extend play on Inferno.
And now they're 4A.
They've got all the bodies they need, Chad. Bait on a Gamer Legion's pick, holding on by their fingertips, and one back, that's all. It's a consolation prize, just Towson versus the world. 1 versus 3, forces Sizzy off the line, does well to remove the AWPer. Anticipates, he's trying to find the bomb. He's doing it with a wide mouse. Alex on site, swings on it, overlooks completely. Bait take map 1. A crazy series of events there. It was up and down, economy to and fro, back and forth. It's the ecos that will haunt Gamer Legion, no doubt.
Yeah, that one is going to leave a mark on the mental. It's already been tough for Gamer Legion in Stage 2. A loss to Astralis, a loss to BetBoom, and maybe, just maybe, a loss to Bait are brewing here in this 0-2 game. One that they were in, one that they had chances, but those rounds are unforgivable. We're going to throw this one down to the desk.
Yeah, we're back at IEM Cologne 2026 with an action-packed day of Counter-Strike. Later on, we have G2 taking on Foot. Coming up, we have Mirage between Bait and Gamer Legion. But before all that, we got to talk about what happened here on Inferno. Guys, not a pretty game of Counter-Strike. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. At the end of the day, Bait ends up winning. Is that the fair outcome, do you think, Stuko, of what was a very hectic game of Counter-Strike?
Honestly, until the last round, last moment, I did not really know who's going to get this over the line because, yes, it was indeed messy Counter-Strike, similar to what we've seen on Inferno between Bait and M80 earlier in the tournament. I feel like they're not feeling this map at all, and we've had a couple of snippets from the comms as well where, yes, they are confirming it. Inferno is just kind of cursed for them, and they should be really happy that they get it over the line.
You can almost feel that both teams are a bit nervous right here, Peter. You know, fighting for their lives, fighting to stay alive, and maybe that's a result of the Counter-Strike we're seeing on the server.
It's just some mistakes piling on top of each other for both teams. Like no team is playing flawlessly at all. It's like they make a lot of micro decisions that just seems very questionable. As a team, they're making some very bad decisions, and they don't even play off the crossfires. They're pushing smokes. They're trying to make individual play to be the hero of the round. It's a game of nerves. It's a game of two teams fighting with their lives to try and stay alive in this major. And so far, at least, Bait has looked. I wouldn't say it looked better. I don't think I can go for one team has looked better than the other, but Bait seemingly managed to cross it past the finish line here.
I think it's fair to say that Gamer Legion in the first half were somewhat in control. I think they were a bit more composed and they kept up, a relatively high level and got off to a decent start. Stuko, second half though, round 14, they win the pistol. Second round in the second half, completely blowed up.
Absolutely. I think the pistol itself even started with like MPL getting 2 kills, but it will come influential into this because he get to a M4 for Kansas. We have here B hit, and actually this B hit comes after nice play that Essential actually blocked B before, and he baited them into this M4. Kansas gets 2 quick kills, and eventually PR actually clears the side. Then we have a 5-7 here hiding at the triple, getting 1 kill. Now MPL, you can look at the radar, number 4. He's hustling into B side right now, and he will actually pick up his own M4 that he gifted to Kansas, or he will win 1v1 with that. And this is just beautifully structured around, because in the end they were stacking B and they were blocking them at the same time with a smoke, but it was a bait smoke. It was at the timing where Gamer Legion were still kind of like, okay, we will end up B and we will have a good time. But yeah, well, Kansas was there, and that double kill sealed the deal.
And arguably, it speaks to what we're talking about right now with Gamer Legion, that they're a bit fragile, right? You're up 8-5, you have the chance of going 9-5, 10-5, with the save coming in, Peter. Then you lose this round, and I guess that's a result of where Gamer Legion is at right now. They do feel a bit fragile. It takes one round to throw them off course.
Yeah, they're very fragile, and losing, the conversion round is always tough. Specifically, like they looked in control coming into this game, in this round specifically, and it's just these small mistakes. It's like one guy running through CG with an M4. I think it's Kentisor running through, getting a double kill. Like, where's the player dodging? Like, where's the guy that's supposed to trade this guy? Even I don't know if he messes up the duel or what happens since he gets a double of it. But it's also just whenever they get the after plant, it just seems like it's spiral out of control, and I feel like that the last 1v1, he gets too much space. He even gets to run in for Banana, pick up the M4, and just win out the 1v1. And it's just Gamer Legion playing, I wouldn't say scared, but at least sometimes just without too much structure, and maybe even sometimes it feels like they don't even know what to do.
Speaking of spiraling out of control, Stuko, it kept on getting worse and worse and worse as we progressed into the second half of Gamer Legion. Round 20 and followed up by 21, I guess key rounds in this game that decided the outcome.
Yes, and those are, once again, scrappy rounds. We had an insane push from Kansas. He actually messed up movement right there. I almost didn't notice it, but he had an influential push through apartments. Now he spots 3 guys coming out middle. That's a C4 as well coming towards A. He kills the last guy. Now he flashes mid. He knows information about all players. MPL decides to fight middle. If he loses this fight, A is completely open, and he gets actually team flashed from his teammate down in the middle, which is such an unlucky way to just die, and this is just piling up on all the frustrations. A really messy Counter-Strike all in all, and they actually lost that round. They actually lost it, even though they had information on every single player. They knew exactly where they were going, and Kansas all that push for nothing.
And then 21 Peter.
Yeah, and if you think you saw something crazy, then 21 is not gonna get any better. And once again, Gamer Legion on the receiving end of losing a a eco round. And at this point, you know, it's basically just like a couple of deagles USP. Massive shot here onto Pia, and I even think he hit the table. He got pretty frustrated with this one. But then again, I'm turning my attention to why are they going apps? Like, that's the most potent area for pistols to go. I'm wondering why they decide to do this. Kenji just keeps fighting at this point. You're like, take a break, bro. And then eventually you have NPL thinking, hey, I'm going to do the exact same. But at this point, it seems like expect the unexpected, right? He pushes in, catches another guy here. And from this get-go on, it's just Gamer Legion again, turning away from what works for them. Use some of your utility. Use your guns. Use the advantage, but you're not. You're just putting yourself in shitty conditions again and again and again. And I don't know why. Like, where is the leadership in this one? I mean, like, Snacks, you have a ton of experience. Whether it's Snacks, whether it's someone in the team that coming up with, hey, let's try and go apartments, I don't know. But they're not using a single piece of utility in a round where they have a full build on 5 players. I don't get it.
And just to summarize, right, we saw an example of Gamer Legion being up 8-5 against rather weak buy. They lose that one. We see them up 11-9 against more or less a full eco, just a couple of deagles in the max. They lose that one as well. Is it safe to say that as much as we want to give Bait credit right here, it is Gamer Legion dropping the ball on their own map pick?
Yes, absolutely. I think it's extremely tilting to lose the way they just lost, especially on their own map pick, where they had pretty much the rounds in their control, but economy just didn't let them to pile up and snowball the lead into somewhat, you know, effective scale. Because honestly, this was Gamer Legion's map to lose, and they did it in a pretty brilliant fashion.
Now, if I have to find one positive in all this madness for Gamer Legion, Rest stepped up massively, and I think he was a big catalyst behind why they even got into these leading positions, Peter. How important is he, you know, moving into Mirage as well and trying to save and make sure that Gamer Legion stays alive here?
Very important. I think he's already showed what he can bring to the table, and he is the one that we usually highlight on the Gamer Legion side because he is the one of the hardest hitting persons, and I think that he also showed this game what he can bring to the table. I even feel like he had that one round where he got a little bit too greedy and didn't actually kill the guys in pit and then got himself killed, but that didn't really shook him off. He still, you know, puts up a massive triple kill in this round as well. I think Rez is also the fact that he brings firepower, but I also think that he's going to go in now and say, guys, I've tried a lot of things throughout my career, and I've tried, you know, being in this position before. We just need to get our shit together. But you know, I guess they've tried to have this conversation a couple of times throughout this major. Hasn't really been paying off for them yet, but that's the one bright side you can look for Gamer Legion, and they need him also moving into Mirage.
Well, that's the thing, right? The fact remains now that Gamer Legion find themselves in a position where they're one map away from being eliminated, going 0-3 in Stage 2, while they were one of the big favorites coming into the stage, even, you know, in terms of where they're placed, 10th in the world, coming fresh off our grand final in Atlanta. You know, heading into Mirage right here, you speak of Rest, the experience, you know, him trying to keep them alive. Is there any hope left in your body right now, Stuko, for Gamer Legion, or have you seen enough?
No, I think there's definitely hope left. Don't get me wrong. Like, Gamer Legion, as we all know, like, they are not really feeling the game right now, but I can guarantee you that the talk that they just had outside was not pleasant, but it is very much needed.
Sure.
Whenever we had interaction with the coach or we get to listen in on their timeouts, it's very vocal, and I can guarantee you that whatever was just said outside by Snacks throughout that experience, for example, is just, well, we have to start enjoying this game because the body language and the frustrations are just keep piling up, and, well, individuals are not liking it. We mentioned PR a couple of times already, and, well, this wasn't even like the game where he shined again. So I'm not worried for Gamer Legion just yet, obviously one map away, but I think they can perfectly turn this around and reverse with this best of 3.
I'm not gonna lie, Peter, I am slightly worried on behalf of Gamer Legion right now. Do you share the sentiment? Do you think this is it for Gamer Legion? Have you seen enough, or do you think there's a chance they fight their way back here?
I don't think there's much left in the Gamer Legion camp. I think they threw this one away. Bait shouldn't have won this one, and right now it feels like it's two teams that's fighting to see who can play the worst, and so far it's still been Gamer Legion, and Mirage just speaks in favor of Bait in so many ways. It's their most played map. It's the map they usually want to go for when they do play best of 3. So right now the card's not looking good for Gamer Legion, but we have seen what can happen on Mirage. But I think it's looking pretty grim for the likes of Gamer Legion.
It is looking pretty grim for the likes of Gamer Legion right now. They find themselves one map away from being eliminated from IEM Cologne 2026, which would be a massive surprise considering where they come from. They have to win Mirage, and that's exactly what's coming up after the break.
Brother. Again? अच्छा मेरे को बात बात करो मेरे के जड़ मतलब जगह क्यों बाद में ये हो गया कि और आपको मैं क्या बोलता हूँ मेरी रात की छोड़ना है डॉक्टर ओके चल हाँ होता है बात जाता हूँ वो उसके ऊपर बोला ठीक है हम देते हैं फिर कुछ समय तो जाके सबमिट वो एक्सपीरियंस लेटर में ही रहता है वो मैटर करता है अगर एक्सपीरियंस लेटर नहीं दिया तो अगर एक्सपीरियंस लेटर में दिया है उनकी तरफ से तो उसके बाद कर लगता नहीं तो लैपटॉप सही है तुम्हारा जो प्रोसेस है वो करने के लिए जो भी होने के लिए
Opportunity to get the crosshair onto Towson. He goes up, wasn't ready for the elevation, and you can see how much that means to Towson in the camera.
It's a very well played round by the Dane and the Swede there, combining and making sure that they're working off of one another. Towson goes and takes the first contact as soon as he gets some info. The molly comes in, they're stressed on the site, and they just chip away at them slowly. Nice, Snax is in the open, sure. I think Alex during this was looking for Hypex's orb if he could in the smoke to see if he could get a little something, a stronger. But it was hard because the bomb, it never crossed. There was jungle, there was connector and CT that they had to worry about.
He's trying so hard he's gone Danish.
Yeah, and look, never go Danish.
Never go full Danish.
Unless you're Astralis.
Oh, Kensizor, he's very quick to this. Surely he's going to catch them by surprise.
No, Snax is here too. On the trail.
Easy. Hunts him down, and a horrible jump scare for Snax. Towson ready to react and punishes. A Dink was hit. He's got to operate on a lower HP. We'll play it safe. Essential slipped into B in the chaos. NPL's bringing that bomb across.
How does the bomb get across, right? Towson's on the line right now.
Good question.
He's just giving it up.
Great question. Okay, well, that's an answer.
But now he's in a position where he could just deny that plant. They're hitting the brakes completely. MPL's waiting for this flank.
Oh my God, PR's gonna. Look how unready he is. Leisurely, waltzing forward and headshot. Oh, he's the one to provide it. Okay, nice little reaction test.
Yeah, it's looking great. This map 13-4 right now. They're trouncing him.
Towson loses his head. Essential's coordinates.
I thought the Mentor was going to be in the bin after the way map number 1 unfolded.
And with the stakes as well. I mean, that's not to say Bait have, been slouching. The game plan itself there was nice. It paid off. Kensizor Bay maybe a bit of an overcook running into market like that, but he hit the headshot.
So the only real bad round that they've lost this half is the PR Hero M4 with the Snax 4K, right, with the D. So that one there is the mare. Otherwise, Gamer Legion have just looked much more polished. As mentioned, they haven't played Mirage throughout their major run so far, so both the games in recent history being losses, 13-3. Back in Atlanta.
But this is where you have that tendency to see teams kind of let off the gas, like maybe you go for an over-aggressive peak, you give Bait an opportunity to make it 8-4.
Yeah, you hope that's not the case considering the circumstances.
Would certainly hope to see this as continues to remain as polished.
Sizzy goes searching, finds nothing middle. They really have liked these A executes, and they have been able to get ground. It's more about the post plants. So not surprised to see them return to this again. Oh, Sizzy's missed his window smoke. Oh, there's nobody poking their nose through window, so that's okay. It's actually a bit of a beat lean from Gamer Legion, but here comes the A play.
ER's got work to do. Keeping it restrained. Sizzy's trying to cut rotations as well.
And they have been able to get ground. It's more about the post plants. So not surprised to see them return to this again. Oh, Sizzy's missed his window smoke. That's okay. It's actually a bit of a B lean from Gamer Legion, but here comes the A play.
ER's got work to do. In bombs going down. Smoke breaks. Snax versus Kensizor. Snax reigns. Fourth, it puts Bait in an opportunity to convert. You've just got to get past PR and Towson. Will there be another number disadvantage retake? Smoke makes life difficult for the orb. PR has a good idea. Wow, and a great shot. Head gone, fakes the drop-off, hoping to catch a backpedal.
Shooting body.
Yeah. There's just simply no time.
Okay, I'm going to back off and try and retain this AK. That's going to be a third now for Bait. The orb to defend his honor. But is to run that radius as Sizzy will confirm it. And a couple of extra Glock bullets for good measure. So again, the weakness on the A site with the executes looking good. I think at this moment, if I'm DM might call something that is aggressive towards Palace to take some early space, or go for a two-man creep up on the ramp, maybe get Hypex's AWP posted deep, and get that rifler of PR alongside, so at least you can secure that territory, because Bait are just operating now with that weakness on the A site, or at least perceived weakness, and that right there was another opening kill, which has been coming in non-stop this is the similarities between these two maps. Is one team was very dominant in that department, and right now that's Gamer Legion, only foregoing an opening death once. So final round of the half. Double orbs, one for Townsend, taking it over towards B.
Quick connector and window smokes, and they're out already.
Yes, good will it.
Yeah, striking quickly.
And that's what they played for with this setup. They have played for another A execute.
Then you progress, and gifted another smoke to play around. Pulls out the Archie early. Not going to get any info off of that.
The one where that came from.
This time you are exposed. MPL spotted on the staircase.
Get out of there and they can reset, but the util starts to become the problem. They're slinking up Cat while the smoke's still up.
Ooh, opportunity for more. Swinging in.
They've blocked themselves. There's a way up Cat now into Townsend.
Too easy. Townsend's second able to hit the shot. As he drops off, lucky to be alive. Only for a moment longer. Surely booked by the Kensis Ornade. Bowls it in. Stubborn. Finds himself one onto Kensis or needs a whole lot more where that came from, and he just gets sideswiped. Not a favorable one for these two, but they'll have to give it their best shot. Bomb planted, clock extended. Hoping. It looks like MPL wanted to. Sizzy's got their cross on lock. Ooh, same for Hypex. Both ways. PR won't make that mistake on the repeat. Sizzy overextending gives them an opportunity in the 2-on-2.
We've got time for this.
MPL. If they want to try and close it on Mirage, a fourth kill is necessary. All right, they've got 4. Gamer Legion 8. Their major life on the line. This is a must-win Mirage, and it is far from their best map. These two teams' season ends at the end of this series. A season that comes to an end on a sour note for either Bait or Gamer Legion. It started very dominant. Half.
But they weren't easy to work their way out of it. Gamer Legion, they're not going down without a fight. PR 17 frags deep. Snacks not too far behind on 11. Right now, in-game body language, this one's going to be an A execute. Smoke for Rez, Snacks with the full belt. What does the setup look like for Bait? Leaving spawn 3. Start towards A, just to send you over towards B, the window. 2 sets of dual Berettas under the balcony, ready to shred. This setup is strong to deal with what's coming their way.
It's going to come down to the mechanics of it. Who hits the first shot? Going forward, PR's holding for this. Neither of them hits their first bullet, but Alex has. What was that? We just heard it. Brutal destruction of skulls. Sizzy with 2 back as well.
Counter-terrorists win. Shut out. That right there is Game Legion executing, expecting that they're going to play retake. And the reason I say that is that extra smoke that was left over, I think that was for the second wave. But the fact that they're not able to get out the choke points, right? They go for the standard util set that you see. This is beautiful from Alex. Wow, 2 swift clicks, and then Sizzy. Well, maybe not as clean, but definitely as deadly. The 16-year-old major rookie contributes to shut down that pistol, and look at the eco now for Gamer Legion as all 5 of them head over towards to B to search. On Snacks, I'm sure he's going to opt for the pick to see if he can find this jump spot of a Ascenthiel. If he gets the kill, the site is actually open. So 1 chance, Snacks. Can you hit it?
No. Ascenthiel, just a flash. And he gets his info, throws his block smoke.
This is good restraint for everybody playing at home. He knows that there's a lighter buy. He didn't have any support and still really doesn't. So if he jumps again or takes a silly risk, that's the avenue in on Nico around like this.
Okay, I will say if NPL goes for this kind of fight, in MP9, that's enough.
Now, they are still keeping the information flowing. So because he spots that underpass, they still don't really feel the need to cheat over and help out Ascenthiel, who's taking a bit more of a passive line on B, but they are hoping something comes their way. And while the clock ticks down, the util gets expended. And Bay will have to reinvest that. So either way, the economy game playing into things. Ascenthiel's still on his own. Kenzie's all will be able to help him from short, but how many can he get before he goes down? If he goes down. Here's the
He's all light on bullets, and they get the bomb plant.
Yeah, they'll take that.
He's used that to great success. So a couple of kills and a bomb plant on essentially an eco, just $700 invested into 1 Desert Eagle.
Yeah, so a little bit more than they were worth in that scenario. But they just scavenge back the bigger weapons. Fuse comes through, the 6th round knocks on the board, and the 2-round gap as they now know they're going up against the buy of Gamer Legion. NPL is in a position right now to drop Sizzy the Orc. Hypex, because of that eco and then the plant, he had enough to buy one of his own as well, but he's coming in right now with an AK, so rifle heavy for Gamer Legion. Sizzy has a good window spawn, but likely just to be insta-smoke, so I don't know if he wants to give that a go. He's going to start the AWP over towards B by the looks of things. The apartments. He's probably home. So he'll have this line for free. It does alleviate pressure on this B side. There's an awful lot of information to Bait to be ready for the fight that's coming their way. A split whirring into action slowly now.
Rotate off. Center pushes up instead. Now NPL tucked on Con. Just over the top could have led to a little of exposure of Kenzizor's head, but he's better of it. Friction between the 2 of them. Tries to chase him with the grenade. Getting trade from Snacks. He can still maintain the map advantage. Don't forget how disconnected Ascenthiel is. He's only now starting his flank for a late ramp.
My question is where Snacks going off to? Is he going to try and head into B to see if the site's clear? Because if so,
great question.
It might force the rotation back into Ascenthiel.
So they cut noise and pause. Blocked now by the smoke ramp.
Snacks is going B.
But if they try and go back, they're running into Ascenthiel.
Hypex's aware of the possibilities, at least glancing, but how much does he really believe?
Easy now.
Snax' presence, he has to flank. Snax now needs to flank the A defense. There's no way back for Gamer Legion. They have to go A.
This is going to get weird. This is going to get weird. Oh, and Ascenthiel catches another one. He's even got the nade. It might catch PR. Force forward. Oh, Ascenthiel's had a round. An active B push leads to 3 found on the flank and nothing Snax can do.
I can't quite believe that gap, but that all started with what we were on board with. Sizzy getting boosted up, Ascenthiel with the deep in sentry. Sizzy has the line, Ascenthiel pushes, and that's why he has that earlier timing. What was looking great for a Gamer Legion round, that you've got Snax chasing ghosts, finding gaps, but they're the ones who are stuffed.
Horrible round for Gamer Legion to lose. That one's going to kind of linger in the mental, I think. That Ascenthiel gets not only one with the element of surprise, that's kind of a guarantee, it's the other 2, Towson and PR going down to him as well.
That one you need to forget about quickly. How many times can that possibly happen?
This one, I'll give you.
Yeah, but then after that, right, and he's on his lonesome, he's just standing and delivering and understands the situation very well. Partial buy behind the saved AK as we get back into play. You need to get something going in this second half. It's a stretch of 5 now. Even if it's just getting some casualties, getting the bomb down, keeping the pressure up.
An opening.
That's very nice indeed. Struggling with those.
Got one rifle, and it happens to be the fight the Snax was hoping for.
I can quickly turn it to 2.
He's lost his 2. Kens is on top. Hang on a second. Hypex should be coming. Easy picks. For a second has cost him his life.
Well, they have the players. They know what
You're absolutely right. Okay, so Ascenthiel, what's your reaction to that? Sizzy, understandably limited with AWP.
Sissy's going market, so he can just stay here and watch the B apartments as Ascenthiel on another push.
Go on, lad.
They're heading in through underparts. They want to get some better weaponry. Both of them have Kevlar, no head armor, sure. But these are 2 aimers, Rez and PR.
This is going to be a real funky mid-round, isn't it?
There's just so many possibilities that Gamer Legion have available to them. Ascenthiel taking him away again. Does he catch PR?
If PR holds his nerve here, he's got the perfect pre-aim. Yep, clean execution onto Ascenthiel. Finds himself the upgrade. Sizzy in the clutch.
Rez has heard this. Rez knows exactly where he is. Oh. PR's coming back.
Why is he bringing the bomb? He's going to hit the quickscope. PR running at him. Sizzy gives him room. 15 seconds. PR's got to hurry this up. Sizzy in pursuit, throws out a flashbang with nothing. One planted safe on default. AWP versus AK. Okay, it's all up for debate. Ambitious, audacious. A 1v1, he's having a game, and he finds his 20th frag in a 1v1 clutch.
You can understand the thought process there from Rez when he hears the steps. He's expecting that Sizzy's rotating through the hole over towards B because Ascenthiel's died in B ups. They know that that's the B defender, right? So at that point, they're thinking to themselves, okay, well, they're probably going to play into the empty site, and we've heard the rotation. So they try and weasel the gap in through the underpass. This one got damn close. The PR bounce now and gets their first round on the board. Now they're trying an A execute. Sizzy close ramp. They're already crossed to his right-hand side.
He's there. He's there. It needs to be. The headshot with Sizzy right back.
Overrun out Palace. They're coming out.
They're charging at him. Sizzy's under so much scrutiny now. Sizzle's gone too. Ascenthiel swings through CT. Towson unprepared. We've got a 2-on-2.
And it's an MPL flank. He's going to be here real quick. Snax is going to be ready for this.
Way too quick. Snax is still lining up. Nade's trying to help PR pick up that bomb. PR's on an AWP.
Ascenthiel's given room for this flank. That smoke's just missed.
Surely MPL's one of this round. It's an MP9 though. Not an easy fight versus Snax. He's got the reactions. Yep, not going to find a kill. Ascenthiel slamming smokes with a foul. It's not pretty. Ascenthiel finds himself an upgrade 19. Okay, Gamer Legion have given themselves a leg up now. Their first 2T rounds and it gets into those hectic 2v2s.
And it's enough to humble the money of Bates. So it's just like on Inferno, they're in the driver's seat. It's just about converting against the Eco now, and there's not as many opportunities for Bait to invest into this one. Ooh. They have upgraded their pistols. And with only 2,400 loss, I think they should have taken the Eek here. I don't. Did MPL risk it?
Yeah. I think he got team damaged.
Yeah, because Hypex hasn't fired a bullet, so he's been knifed in the back.
Yeah, I think he...
Yeah, going through the hole, I suppose. Okay. Well, those frustrations coming home to roost right now. Always knew the pressure it's going to get to you.
You're a mapper, pick. You're against Gamer Legion on a weaker pick for them. You can't help but feel like the writing was on the wall for you to survive the day. Susie caught just by a blind spout.
Well, they punt this one in. Or at least they're saving themselves the red face from similar scenes on Inferno. 2 ecos lost. Now starting to trundle up Cat. Something would have to have play of the tournament.
Yeah, okay. Think that's on the cards. However, just cleanly, there's PR.
You're about to see into the next round what I was talking about with these over-investments on these pistols. Alex can save that. It will go a long way, but this is still going to be such a tough game to get back into now, and he's actually gravitating towards the site, so maybe wanting to do some more damage. The bait at this point is going to have to be flawless from here on out if they want to get it closed in regulation. Legion are about to secure that 11th round, and I think just the amount of opening kills that have been flying in the way, especially in that first half of Gamer Legion, made it so terrorists win. Alex, it's very hard to justify him just not going for the hard save there. I'm talking about damage, but I'm reaching at that moment, because when you see the buys take shape on your screen, sure they have M4s, but they do lack a lot of utility, which means that you're either just going to have to hope that you get the multi-kills now, or you do an all-in move on the CT side where you're a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, you've got a grand total of 1 back your entire round.
So they're just limited in the amount of options available in this one. It's going to have to be through the bullets, and Hypex gets chipped away out through the smoke. Unconfirmed damage there onto Hypex.
Feels a bit ambitious, doesn't it, from Hypex? He's so just goes for it. So does PR. Swings into Sizzy's crosshair. You don't need nades if you're going to get opening kills. And then walks through the... Oh my god! Rez was absolutely not ready for that.
I see they double block. They're expecting, because they saw more bullets. No way.
He's going again.
You had a 2-man advantage. I
shouldn't be laughing. It's very serious.
Yep, and now they're back in it.
Okay.
3v3.
Okay. NPL coming in for the pullback. Missed shot from Hypex. Okay, you got a 3v2. Towson does manage to make it into sight. Versus NPL, but he finds a very precise headshot. Snacks. It's been a while since we saw a Snacks 1v these kind of stakes. What do you think? Bait shooting hard, and Sizzy with 2.
Yeah, very ambitious in terms of the decisions that he opted for there.
I mean, I can't believe Rez doesn't kill him there, but that's probably because you're like, that's the last thing you're expecting, is someone to just walk out this ramp smoke.
That's absolutely insane. But timeout taken from Alex. So Bait want these 30 seconds before they get underway. Maybe it's trying to assess the buy, because if you take a look at this second half, it was 3 straight out the gate, and 3 back, and then just 1 now chipped in.
I think you're right, yeah, because, you know, typically you have a little bit of coach support as well.
I think they know if they don't win this one, the game will fall apart with it, because their loss bonus only 1900, and they know that's the same fact for Gamer Legion, who have fully invested into this round of play. 3 AKs, 2 Tech 9s, enough util to get them space. Hypex lining up the insta window. At least he was. Make sure everyone's got their game plan settled in. There it goes, a heavy lead towards B to start this round. Rez. Molly's under window.
Enables safe passage for Snacks.
His nade's way too early. Nobody home just yet. 3 out top mid, 1 through the underpass. PR the lurk on A.
The utility implies they're further forward than they are. Now Snags makes his move. Kenzazor's throwing a block smoke short, but it also covers him from helping on the confight. Boost over. Any line, any info? Smoke break. Hit him. Flash from Hypex, they'll have a go. And through the smoke. Play. Towson takes it down. City on the default box. Alex CT. It's good from Essential and Alex. They combine. It's just PR and Red ready for that fight, but so is Essential. He just dunked on by PR's Terrorists win. One hell of a clutch from PR. Puts Gamer Legion on 12. Just crab walks into the perfectly pre-aimed crosshair. He's got 26 francs. PR, when Gamer Legion needed him, has arrived in true PR capacity. He's heading towards a dirty 30 in regulation.
Yeah, that one right there. This is Bait wanting to take the fight, right? And this is great. They catch them using as they're trying to carve up. Just a lot of damage being done, but not wanting that bomb to go down. Alex walks into this fight. He ain't missing those. The time on the clock becoming the concern.
Oh, that was a stylish clutch. Throws the nade, already got the crosshair on. Alex bringing the fight. Easy pickings. Doesn't need to see his opponent.
Kenzazor around this top mid smoke.
That should be dead. Oh, never mind. Kenzazor gets caught on the smoke. Hypex caught him. Sizzy's got to get away. NPL activates, finds Rez committed middle.
On planet B.
Yeah, and look at Snags. This gets weird.
I don't even know this is happening.
Weird.
They've got no idea. Now the penny's dropped. There's no kit for the retake. You got to piece this together quickly, Bait.
Fight with PR does connect one through the bricks. Snags trying to cut rotations. Molotov will slow them down. Snags should have at least one here. Tail end catches a Sentinel, reveals his position. Has a good idea of where they're coming from. Very short centric. Through the smoke will be a death sentence. Back and forth into the 1v1. Snags has done enough. I think the time against them.
No chance.
No chance. Terrorists win. Gamer Legion find the win on Mirage.
Holding on to this one. It had it back and forth, but that first half it was a masterclass. 8-4. Could have been even more, and they're going to be happy with that. We turn to Nuke, the third and deciding map of this series. Neither team wants to go home, being eliminated here in stage 2. And another map of Counter-Strike coming your way before we get G2 versus Foot. But that one definitely started to heat up, and you bang on about PR. He had some big impact, the same as Snacks, but we'll throw this one to the desk.
Finally, we get to see the best of PR, and finally we get to see Gamer Legion winning a map of Counter-Strike. I wouldn't necessarily say convincingly, but in a fashion where they were the better team. They left not much room for doubt, to be completely honest, right here. PR had an amazing showing. Gamer Legion avoiding disaster, dare I say it, Martin. I think that's the best and biggest takeaway we can do here. The Gamer Legion remains alive.
I mean, this is such a crazy game of mistakes and weird rounds and chaos, and it would do it this injustice if it didn't go into a third map, which I'm kind of happy about, because you asked me before this map started, and I believed in Gamer Legion, and honestly they were looking way better, both emotionally. Motivation was there, you know, the body language itself was kind of like on a good side as well. Sure, they had a couple of rough rounds, but whatever. Hey, we're going into third.
A little less fragile than on the first map, you know, a couple of mishaps obviously, but it didn't seem to affect them this time around.
I actually think that Gamer Legion, for the vast majority of this game, played better than the scoreline actually shows. I think it was actually a pretty tricky game for them, because they just, you know, they didn't want to let them breathe. You know, they kept pushing them. And also in the XVX, whenever they had advantage or disadvantage, they would just constantly look for info. And there was multiple occasions throughout the game where they actually were met with a flank where they had to either, you know, think out of the box and try and figure out what to do, or just at least play a tricky situation where they were boxed in. And I think they solved that pretty well. I think Snags had just like one round where he maybe overcooked a little bit too much, where he decided to try and flank B and get one going. But overall, I think Gamer Legion made a lot of better decisions, and they didn't throw any weaker rounds this time around.
Not this time around. It surely is heating up here at IM Cologne. There's so much action taking place at the same time. Now, naturally, we have Gamer Legion taking on Bait. That's heading into a third deciding map, which we'll dive into in just a moment. We also have a big game coming up between G2 and about ready to set it all up after this now, game as well. Winner of that, look at this game as well in the context of stage 3. We have a 1-1 scenario right here. We have a Bait, which would be massive. I have on the first map, high hope for that game. To be completely honest, G2 has arrived inside the building. Their own has arrived as well. They're about ready to set it all up. Now we have to arrive and look at this game as well in the context of, okay, we have a 1-1 scenario right here. We have a Bait around, but not played better on the first map, so to speak, or at least got over the finish line. Couldn't get it done here on their own map pick of Mirage. And Martin, there were a couple of reasons as to why. It started off pretty well in the first half. Round 5 is one that you want to bring up here. A Bait winning a round, but not necessarily doing it convincingly enough with the follow-ups.
I don't know why. I want to break up this round because it's a Bait round to win, obviously, and we have light mid pressure coming out of them. You see the window smoke, you see the everyone is smoke, and immediately going back to A hit. And honestly, this is kind of like weird. I don't know why he decided to rotate back to window, and the plan for Gamer Legion is to retake middle when there is no one. Round 5. This is happening. Look at the radar. Everyone is executing. Gamer Legion needs to know so much space. If there's any mid presence, we have to go for a retake. But weird round to do tickets, so he was so early in the half because this is clearly this must be part of the overall. Just gave this is still round 5. This is something that come into this Mirage. Gamer Legion needed to know like if there's any mid presence, we have to go for a retake. But the fact that they started the ticket, so he was not even in the position. It took too much time for him to rotate into window. And overall, just gave pretty much free way back for Bait to come into this Mirage. Obviously, hindsight 2020, it did a little bit more, you know, too much difference. Be on the same page. The fact that it could have is kind of worrying sign, and hopefully these when we look at these rounds to begin with all these halves, they need to be a little bit more polished. I feel like they need to be a little bit more, you know, like be on the same page.
I feel like it's safe to say that there's room for improvement for both teams, but as we spoke about Peter as well, and to everyone tuning in at home right now, this is a game where the pressure is at its highest, right? Both teams are aware that if they lose this one, they will be eliminated from the tournament. That will be the major done and dusted for them. Do you think all these, mistakes and questionable decisions that we are watching in these games, in the chaotic scenarios, is that a result of that pressure? And maybe also, a sign that these two teams, as of right now, are not really built to deal with that kind of pressure.
Not only because of that. Yes and no, in my opinion. I think it's reasoning to why it's happening right now is because of the elimination that is maybe piling up a little bit more. But some of the mistakes are very fundamental. Some of the mistakes that's I think both teams have been playing pretty poor throughout the tournament, so it's not only happening when you have players that at least have been playing for so many years. Why it's happening right now is because of the elimination that is maybe piling up a little bit more. Lackluster when it comes to some of the mistakes is like very fundamental. Some of the mistakes that's being put on the table right now is specifically when you're like a team like Bait happening when you have players that at least have been playing for so many years and yeah, relatively high experience, even though out a lot of these mistakes a little bit lackluster when it comes to majors. But it is what they practice for throughout the year. And it's more about the specifically when you're like a team like Bait. I think they really kind of expect coming into the tournament that so yeah, we've been working really hard. We've been ironing out a lot of these mistakes that we constantly do, and we've been working hard to just really show off.
One of the biggest talking points we had so far,
on the Gamer side is more about the latest result on Leonard. That's why we kind of expect more of them.
I have a little quiz for you guys actually, because I feel like if you've been watching all the games and
still a game of who can make the least mistake, and I think that's also what's going to continue to.
One of the biggest talking points we had so far. Here's my question for you guys: in the last 6 matches he's played at this major, and I have a little quiz for you guys actually, because I feel like if you've been watching all the games and you see his highlights here as well, I feel like everyone is saying that he's having a rough tournament and is not really PR doing too well at the moment. Here's my question for you guys: in the last 6 matches he's played at this major, what do you think his average rating is at right now? See, this is where it gets funny. The last 6 matches he's played so far, he's at 1.23.
Okay.
He did exceptional well against Bait.
1.1.
No, against Astralis. He had a rough game against Bedboom, and so far this game against Bait,
I think he's like at like an 0.90 or something.
As much as we talk about the last 6 matches, as much as we talk about him not finding his impact, naturally here Mirage we saw he did exceptional well against Bait. He did well against Astralis. He had a rough game against Bedboom, and so far this game against Bait, he's impressive. And it's been pretty impressive, right? So as much as we talk about PR around, and as much as we talk about him not finding his impact, naturally here Mirage we saw PR in full force. The Atlanta Game Legion and not the Cologne Game. Are we maybe over-exaggerating a little bit his lack of impact?
And I was so happy when I saw him,
slowly but surely turning it around, and could that be a key factor to kickstarting Gamer Legion so we get to see the Atlanta Gamer Legion and not the Cologne Gamer Legion?
All in all, I think this was by far his best map that we've seen in this match, and I was so happy when I saw him, get well. First of all, good start to the map. That obviously PR always says that when you have a good pistol round, you always can snowball this into it. He told me to me personally, like it is happening that he's being maybe from PR in Game Religion, and it doesn't matter. But when I look at stage 1 as well, like there were a couple of right now where he just we've seen on Mirage, didn't do much. He was just neutralization completely, and anomaly in my eyes. He told it to me personally. Like it is happening that he's being maybe anti-strategy, maybe unlucky. It doesn't matter. If they make it through, obviously for them it's not going to be later stage of the tournament. Right now, though, what we've seen on Mirage, if we take it in isolation, that's a huge anomaly in my eyes. But still very good that PR is actually coming alive, even though it's a later stage of the tournament. Well, if they make it through, obviously for them it's not going to be later stage of the tournament, but you know what I mean.
And that's what we have to, heading into this tournament, have lost it 3 times in a row. So we have a match that's going to decide whether or not one of these two teams, or which one of these two teams will be great at all on Nuke. Neither of the two teams are coming in great shape. I guess the counterpoint to that would be Bait as well. They're also on a bit of a loss streak, heading into this tournament, have lost it 3 times in a row. So we have a map that's going to decide whether or not one of these two teams, or which one of these two teams will be eliminated. Neither of the two teams are coming in great shape. What a game are you expecting now?
I came trying to look into the mistakes. I don't think that the Game Legion's Nuke has improved very sharp. It's not something that's going to be fixed overnight, but I think I do think that progressed a little bit in the second game, getting 9 rounds, and I think that's in some sense would have the upper hand. That had been trying 2 times in this tournament of what they did in the first one, and then casually trying to improve them. But it's not something that's going to be fixed overnight. But I do think that if we look at both teams side by side, I do think that Game Legion in some sense would have the upper hand. I think that they played it 2 times at this tournament already. It's definitely going to come down to losing the individuals again on this one, because as a team, I think both teams are playing so bad that what is the reasoning to why we're actually losing if you can just maybe look out of an isolated example of only playing Bedroom. I think it's definitely going to come down to the individuals again on this one, because as a team I think both teams are playing so bad that there's going to be too many macro decisions that's going to go wrong.
Now I don't like doing this, to be completely honest, Martin, but your gut feeling about second map was right, so I'm going to give you the courtesy of asking you once more, deep inside your gut right now, what is it telling you? Do you believe more in Bait, or do you believe more in Game Legion finally getting the wheels turning?
So I'll share a little bit of an insight, because we hear the we don't hear the comms, but we have a transcription of the comms when it comes to timeouts, etc. And Bait are showing the signs of frustrations, and it's happening on the map 1, which are more than on map 2 as well. I don't see that untilting in the map 3, so I think this is playing a huge role in why Game Legion is having upper hand for me. And another fact that we didn't mention, Bait here are without the coach due to visa issues, so there's no figure behind them to kind of calm them down and strategically steer the ship or anything like that. They're just taking these timeouts to literally untilt. And well, Bait's second youngest team in this major, behind Foot, it's not going that well all of the time. So Game Legion for me.
You're siding with Game Legion, Peter, over there. What are you saying?
I mean, I think the mental game is just so important, and it gets even more important at the major. And I think Bait looks very tilted throughout Mirage. It spiraled a lot of control for them, and I'm curious to see if they can bounce back on this one. I mean, the statistics doesn't really speak that well for this tournament, specifically for Game Legion, but it's a wide open one for me. And I think that whoever gets off to the best, that's going to win. So. Just to be a little bit opposite, I'll go Bait.
All right, there we go. Safe to say it's an important game of Counter-Strike. Safe to say that right here, right now, the pressure is mounting on both teams. Nuke is coming up between Gamer Legion and Bait. A loser will go home. Winner will have another chance tomorrow.
नया कार्ड करेक्ट दिन वाला Oh.
4, 3, 2, 1. GG! Leaving Cold there at a 1-4. Looking for a second, he connects in. Oh, and he gets a third as well. Surely he's not going to pull this one.
Could be really rough for Simple to actually get through this. He's going to throw the AWP. मानवला फोन करना. भाई एवढा आता बाहेर जाऊन आला भाई फोन करना आला असते. बाकी कसले कारण भाई यांनी भाई ठीक आहे जाऊ दे.
आवाज आहे रे कोणाकडनं आले लहान पोरांचं
हॅलो हॅलो याला का रे खेळायला हा ये थांबला लॉबी मध्ये
रिला बघायला कोण काय खेळायचं
हॅलो आवाज आला का
अरे टेन्शन चालू आहे भावा ही आता काय खेळायचंय आता CS खेळणार आहे भावा काउंटर स्ट्राइक खेळायचा आहे आता अकाउंट चेंज करता भाई एक सेकंड
ऑनलाईन नव्हतोच मी नाही ओपनच केलं नव्हतं स्टीम आता स्टीम ओपन केलं पीसी चालू होतं स्टीम ओपन केलं नव्हतं
काउंटर स्ट्राइक क्या गेम थी
गाइस फाइनली रैंक आ चुका है मेरा और 4,500 करना है अपने को चल भाई तू 2 दिवस झालं तर 5,000च्या वरती होता भाई आला आणि गोडीला बॉट मिळाला
अरे मी ह्याला जॉईन केलो सातवं जण कोण आलं रे
नाही बॅग कोणता जाऊन करतो आहे त्याला आवाज येईना वाटतं आपल्याला ते गेलं का
कोण यार आवाज
हे रिचाला अभिमन्यू गेला आवाज
है ना सबका आवाज सबका विकास.
रुचिया आवाज येईना का काय?
ऑटोमॅटिक लिव्ह होऊन तिकडे खालच्या वरच्याला चाललं नाही असं का?
हॅक केला वाटतं बे हॅकरने. माउस छोड़ के दूसरा माउस यूज करेंगे.
कुठला अंजा मारला चालू म्हणालो चालू करून 1 मिनिट झालं. 1 मिनिट 9 सेकंड झालं. मतलब एकाला बघ
ले पट्टा करने ले रे मैच.
1:28 ला जातो.
नेट बंद है उसका बोल के
भाई कोण तर केलं बराबर 1:28 ला ऍक्सेस पहिलेच केलं होतं. हा एक 55
आजा मैच जल्दी आजा.
दोन पाच चाललं त्याला. गेलं दोन 29 ला चालू होते. भाई
Let's roll.
काम हो रहा है बस बैन करो. ये आपला
न्यूक करा रे वा पहिला.
बस मी इन्शेट करायला होतो. अरे आपण खेळलो ना 2-3 मॅच तिथेच खेळलो. हे आपले इन्सेंट लईच चांगलं आहे तसं बघायला गेलं. हा बघ की दोन्ही मॅच जे आवडत नव्हतं तेच खेळायचं. कुठलं खेळायचं लवकर. ओव्हरपास पण वाढवून ठेवतो.
जे न खेळणारा मॅप ते खेळायचं का.
हा पाऊस पडला इथं बारीक.
आमच्या इथं मोठा पाऊस पडला.
बारीकच आहे इथं अजून पण.
मानव चढणी आला. मानव कमी कर.
रील नाही आधी टीव्ही आहे. टीव्ही मध्ये गाणे नाही वाजत.
अबे मानव आला रे म्हणे.
त्यांच्यामधलं म्हणत होते करून टाकू पाहिजे रिपोर्ट. ऑपोजिशन में फिक्सिंग किया है बीसी. मेरा -500 क्यों.
मायनस आता काय मायनस बघायची गरजच नाही.
आता का वाटलं आहेच रे.
रिफ्लेक्स बघ ना माझा पण.
नाइस रे. बॉम्ब की प्लान कर. बॉम्ब प्लान कर. क्लच.
Activating the bomb.
Yeah, plan कर. What?
कुठं आलाय?
बँक होता बँक. खाल्लं जा. क्या तू प्लान करायला पाहिजे. नाही हेच नाही झालं. मारलं तर मागं. वाट इकडच्या साईडला प्लान करत होतं ना तुला आपल्या ती साईडनं. काय नाही बरोबर आहे. ओके. भाई टाइमपास नका करू भाई. ठीक आहे जमा.
कम्फर्टेबल बसलो रे, जरा कम्फर्टेबल नव्हतो. बघू पण नको, अजून मायनस होणार.
बसली
भाई इकडनं कधी आला. हे खाली कनेक्टर आहे का? विचार कनेक्टर. आता दोनदा सांगून तुझं भाई तिकडे बघत होतं भाई.
आला बा वरती आला बा.
बाय महाग आहे आरटी किती. HP तर मेरी भी ना थी.
It's time for bed.
Guys, I told you, we kill them all.
यार नाही लय जास्त.
एकदम मागणे आला लक्षात ठेवा.
बाथरूम गेलाय का?
आतमध्ये काय शिरक्या
लेफ्टला वरती बघ.
मी कसं बघितलो मागणार
हळू खेळा. क्लच काढा राऊंड. तो समोर जा याला जा. मोकर पटकन. एक जण आलाय.
एक जणच आहे.
एके देखी घाण लागलो यार.
We must work together.
काय मारलं हे खाली दोघं आहेत बघ. तुझ्या दोघं आहेत. आम्ही तसं येतात तुझ्या पहिल्या दिसतात त्याला. कनेक्टर दोघं आहेत.
आले
दोघं आहेत.
माझं पण नाही.
ते 4 खेळ
वरती
एके सेव्ह कर. खालची एके सेव्ह कर. खाली एके
वन टॅप नाही वाटत रे.
राईटला बरं राईटला.
यार आहे बात
आई एवढं पण बघिना मला तर वन टाइम मारलेलं सीधा.
अरे वाटाने ते खाली रश मारल्यावर मारणारच की बे. सिटी पहिला जातो.
पहिल्यांदा गेलो बॉस मी. नाही होत जाऊ नको. गन घे.
फास्ट बी
बी ला बूस्ट घेऊन मारायला येतात त्याने जर तुम्ही ते लेफ्ट साइडला टनेल निघाला तर.
No more talking. Now we fight.
ते नाही का बे डबल बूस्ट आहे.
भास्करने घुसा टाइमच भेटल नाही.
ते त्याने घ्यायला आपण तर घुसत पाहिजे. आपला एकच आहे थोडा स्पॉट.
एक जण आहे.
शॉर्ट आई शॉर्ट कोण बघितलं ना झालं असं करा ना. मी सांगालो शॉर्ट आठ जरी झालं लवकर. एवन कोण बघिना आपला प्लेयर आहे तिथं. लो आहे बॉम्ब तुझ्या अगेन्स्ट प्लांट आहे.
लगेच प्लांट केला.
अगेन्स्ट प्लांट आहे.
बूट घेतलेले म्हणजे घेऊन थांबलेले. असं घुसलो मी. रेंजची गन नव्हती बे म्हणून मारलो. फ्लॅश टाकून पॉप फ्लॅश दिला. पॉप फ्लॅश
माझा तर इको होता भाई. ओ भाई
Terrorists win.
चल बी करो अजून एक होता पैसेच नव्हते काय करणार
हा म्हणाला रे आपल्याला म्हणलं
अबे असं कसं थांबलोय मी इथं बघ यार शॉट कोणच बघत नाही जर दोनदा शॉट मारला बघा
अरे आणा तिथे कव्हर तरी द्या
शॉट प्लांट दे माणसं बघ माणसं
Terrorists win. You will not die.
हे मला दे वर दे
बॉम्ब दिले नाही का तुला
Together we can do this.
जाऊ दे मी मॉन्स्टर येतो यावेळेस
बरं अबे जावा की स्मोक मधून बाहेर बॉट
स्मोक मधून बाहेर कुठल्या स्मोक मधून बाहेर जायचं होतं माझ्या समोरच्या
अरे आपलं प्लेयर साइड मध्ये होता बॉट
नव्हता मेला होता
समोरच आहे क्लोज लेफ्ट ला
Grenade out. Throwing fire.
एक जण आला तुझा गेलाय गन घे ना मग
Terrorists win. You think you can kill us? Yes.
मॉन्स्टरवर आवाज आलता ना बे रिलोडचं
निमो अरे तिथं प्लेयर आहे म्हणूनच हागलेला
ब्लॉक नको करू बे
बिलाया
चेक नाही केला आता
अबे दोघेकडे आहेत आत तुझा अजून एक
Terrorists win. You are stupid to think you will win.
हे चेक केला ना मी कोण
नाही मी केलं होतं मॉन्स्टर चेक केलं होतं त्याने मॉन्स्टरवरनं तिकडे गेला होता शॉर्टकट
माहित होतं तर कॉल देऊन ये
मला कुठं माहिती जेव्हा त्याने आला
एक
तेव्हा
मारला
कळलं. जेव्हा आला तेव्हा कळालं बे. आई शपथ छी मला वाटलं कोण नाही आलं.
अरे मरत का नाही थंडी एवढं.
तुझा एमच नव्हतं मानव तिथं.
मारलं डॅमेज
वाटला होता पुढे आला होता बॉल.
अजून एक आहे.
पैसा एवढं ओपन कसं काय संपलं. इको मार रे इको मार मानव. ए बॉट ऋषा एकटे टाक. ऋषा एकटे टाक बॉट. भाई ये वाला आला चांगला. ज्यादा उम्मीद किए थे भाई ने असं का खेळलं यार. So don't be AFK, you are killing the game. ये ऋषा पहिले ले AFK राहिलाय. लास्ट राउंड है.
सात पाच ऑफर आहे 2-3 जण. जाऊ नको तिकडे ऑफर आहे.
यार दूसरा मारना वाला है. मर जा बे.
ऋषा लास्ट ते मारायलाय का करायलाय.
अबे पण असं त्या टीम सोबत नाही खेळत आहे. वाट त्याने एफ केला 10-15 सेकंड.
कोई गल नहीं.
खेल खेल.
Road to 1,000 ton.
One tap. अरे यार भाई तो तिकडनं आता वरनच खेळायला पाहिजे होतं भाई. लेफ्टला बघ लेफ्टला तुझ्या एक खाली आहे तुझ्या एक खाली.
अरे
आणि एक खाली बघ ऋषा.
बाजूला जा एकदा. एक आपल्या साईड मध्ये आहे.
डिफ्यूज झाले झाले.
Let's move out.
अरे यार दरवाजा उघडला समोर. समजी घे समजी लोहायचं नाही जा. ठीक आहे. सेव कर.
मागे जेव्हा सांगितलं ना मागं माझा.
Terrorists win.
मिल्कला कसं काय माहित मी तिकडनंच पिक घेणार. अबे असं स्मूथ एम बसे नाही रे अदल.
Let's move out.
चला बॉटांना ए मोठे बॉट.
अबे चालू झाली मॅच.
बी
बाप रे मानो तुझ्या बाजूलाच.
माझं लक्ष नव्हतं मला वाटलं आपला प्लेअर आहे.
आरामात खेळशील ऋषा तुझ्याकडे जा गेम.
एका मिनिटात 1 सेकंद
नको पिक नको देऊ एनी एफ क्या आवाज नको करू. हा बॉम्ब आहे ना.
Laying down smoke.
काय करायला ए शिरक्या ये बे. और बी झालं होतं. हेवन खेळ हेवन खेळ. बॉम्ब ड्रॉप आहे. बॉम्ब गेला घेऊन त्याने. याला जा शिरक्या याला जा. बी खेळ बे आला ये. मागणं येतो.
Counter-terrorists win. We're really laying into them.
लगेच एक वाढ.
अरे ते भारी मारला गेला.
Go, go, go! Throwing smoke.
अरे यार मेले होते दोघं पण.
चलवा.
Let's have it, lads.
शॉट खेळायचा.
Smoke.
शॉट एक जण आला. कनेक्टर बघ रे. ऐसा त्याचं काम.
डॅमेज आहे तो.
हा विषय आला मदतीला. काय
फुगे पडले तर मारला इकडे पण मारलं.
वाट मारलो ना तुम्ही त्याला. जात होतो जाता गोळी बसली.
याचा चोरी करते बी साम्या.
मी स्वतः सांगितलं तू मारू नका म्हणून. मारत होतं मला त्याने. काय करतो आता एम पण नव्हतं तिकडे बसलं ते जाता जात. तिला येतील रे.
Let's go. I'm in position. Laying down smoke. Throwing smoke.
मी जातो.
याला कसं दिसलो मी. लवकर जावा. टाइम नाही तेवढा.
कुठं तर काय आहे गो. दोन पे
मॉन्स्टर
ह्याला वाल होते पैसे होते ना. पाहिजे का
आली तुला
पर दे.
लॉंग चाललोय मी.
आईला मच्छर चावले.
Let's make this right as rain.
मला माऊस नवीन घ्यायचा आहे वेंडी.
इले स्मोकच घेतलो की नाही स्मोक नाही घेतलो
मैं लॉन्ग आहे ना मी कोण आहे जाते क्या या
हे टनल कनेक्टर दोघं जण आहेत.
अबे या करा भाईनी डायरेक्ट मारलाय अबे पुढे का उद्या मारणार सम्या
मार की.
अरे भाई मी वरती बघत होतो मॅप कडे
उगीच दिलो आप सम्याला हाक देतो
भाई याला माहिती वाटत नाही कालो आलो बारीक झालं
TFY ना TFY डायरेक्ट हे मारलंय मला
Move it, son. Laying down smoke. Throwing smoke.
तुझा आहे ना बे
अजून एकदा ना कनेक्टर त्याला आवाज करू नको राईटला बघ राईटला
गेला
कनेक्टर ने जा
ही गन्नी का ख्याला बे मानव
अबे माझ्याकडे पैसे नव्हते म्हणून घेतलो.
मागे गेला परत
इथनच क्या
बिला गेला बिला वर आहे याला
जाणार जा पळत जा बँकेचा किंवा लॉंग आहे
लॉंग
बघ लगेच चेक करून लॉंग बघ काढायला गेले राऊंड आता वर सोडलं पाहिजे
Let's have at it, mates.
तुरता हे करावं लागतं
शॉट
Has been planted.
बाहेर जातील आता नॉट निंजा कर
इकडं नसणार मग बॉट.
Come on, chop chop. Laying down smoke.
जा बीला कोण आहे जा की अरे खाली
I'm defusing the bomb. Counter-terrorists win.
असं का म्हटलं नाही
डिफ्यूज करत होता
डिफ्यूज करत होता मारला का नाही त्याला
बॉट डिफ्यूज झाला डिफ्यूज करत होता ना त्याने होत होता डिफ्यूज लास्ट मोमेंटला होता त्याने
हे करतील आता
हा हे करतील वाटायला मला
Throwing smoke. Throwing flashbang.
वापस बी
एल अरे मला कशाला बॉल
Counter-terrorists win. Stuff.
करू शकता
हा
हे बी तो एक खेळू नाही तर दुसरी
Go, go, go. Smoke. Throwing fire. Grenade out. Throwing fire. Throwing smoke.
इथे एलॉंग दोघ जण आहेत एलॉंगला
हे लोड करावं
हे वरती
Grenade out.
राईट लाईन
Incendiary.
इथे बीला
Throwing flashbang. Smoke. Counter-terrorists win. Right on. You're right on.
कोण काम करायला विकते
त्यांच्यातल्या रुची
हुआ स्वतःचा हॅकर वाटायलाय मला तर
They're gonna wish.
अबे त्याने रिचार्ज त्याला केलाय मग त्याने जर रिचार्ज करायला
पुढं असं अँगल धरून बसलो डायरेक्ट मारलाय मला असं शक्यच होत कोपऱ्यात किंचित हेड
बँक पशीच बसतो लॉंग आणि बी बसतो
लयच महागा होता रे तुला तिकडनं प्लांट केले कळणार पण नाही
उदाहरण सांभाळा मानव इकडे कसं गेलं मी हायची बघायला होतं मागे
मारला बी एंट्री रिटर्न आले रिटर्न यायला चालले
यायला जा
एक जणच आहे एला
यायला गेले बे सगळे रोटेट कर आम्ही
लॉंगला बघ
इथे जाऊ नका थांबू का नको
इथे थांबा पहिला
रेबल इकडे होता बघ वरच्या बाजूला
नाही रे याला रोटेट केलं आले सगळे मदतीला जा
बॉल आम्ही साइड वरती आहे काय किती चाललं
राउंड काढायला घेतली
Grenade out. Throwing smoke. Throwing fire. Throwing smoke.
भाई
कसं माहिती रे भेंडी
Incendiary.
आला
पिन मार
हे इथेच आहे इकडे कनेक्टरला
Counter-terrorists. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
किती राऊंड असतील बे
आता याची 16 संपले बॉल
6 राऊंड असते राऊंड काढायला
आपली ओव्हर टाइमला गेली मॅच
एक राऊंड किती महत्वाचा असतो माहिती आहे डिफ्यूज झाला
Grenade out.
God. AW का यार मुझको
A long
Deploying flashbang.
लो है
ऐसा
बाप रे
55 टॅग होता याच्यात
ए 2 बुलेट बसले त्याला वाढ माझे
55 टॅग आहे त्यांनी एकटाच उरला होता
40 टॅग
Now we fight.
होता
40
आई घ्यायला 1 HP होता म्हणजे एक HP होता भाई आवाज द्यायला पाहिजे होता तिसरी
We must work together.
जाऊन बसायला होता
मस्त रे.
कनेक्टर
अरे यार 2-2 ऑफर आहेत भाई. हे काय करत
मस्त रे माणसा मागे.
मॉली करून जा. आले भाई आता त्याने.
बिल्लाच का रोड मारच का.
बँक असेल बँक.
रॉन्कर कोण आहे?
ए ती बघ.
लो आहे.
पिस्टल घेऊन जा. ए यार जी मारना आना.
बँकला आहे.
कशाला करायला?
डिब्यूट करताना मार.
ये पिक घे.
पिस्टलने मार.
हेडफोन होतो बाय. म्हणजे तुझ्या ऑफची गोळी बसली होती का त्याला? नाही ना.
बहुले बसले जाय की.
नाही बसली नव्हती त्याने डॅमेज होता.
हा बे 11 डॅमेज आहे फक्त. एक पिस्टलचं होतं.
TF व्हायला लय खतरनाक मारलो.
एक राउंड जिंका फक्त. I got lit. Offer आहे.
फुट पडले.
शॉर्टवर मार. पर्पल कोण आहे तिने? इथं ह्याला ह्याच्या पैसे आहे. मार किती तिथं ह्याच्या पैसे बघ त्याने.
टॉपर आहे गोरीला.
The time is midnight.
अरे यार.
हा लेफ्टला होता बघ.
अबे माझे लेट चाललेत का काय गोळायचे आहे? स्प्लिट का खेळला सगळे आता? खाली कशाला गेलो? जरा गेला नसतो वर. ऑफर आहे लॉंगला. दोन ओव्हर असतील आता नेट.
लॉंग में दोनों का. मी करू का पिक लॉंग ना? ऑफर आहे.
इथं का?
तुझ्या मागे एक ना. लॉंगला गेला.
लॉंग कोणी लॉंगला. स्मोक मध्ये दिसला.
अरे यशा स्मोक मध्ये.
या अबे काय केलं मला की मग?
सांगायला आलो स्मोक मध्ये तरी ऐकत नाही.
मला काय माहित बे कोणत्या स्मोक मध्ये? मी पण स्मोक टाकलो.
एकच स्मोक आहे तिथे. कोणता?
अबे मी पण स्मोक टाकलो बाई. मला स्मोक मध्ये मारला.
मॉली घेतला तेवढा.
पुलिस रिपोर्ट करले काम होतं.
अरे झाली बात.
यूट्यूबर हॅकर असतात.
आई 4 XP उरलं. 4 XP.
ते बॉसचं लिहू का झोपतो मी शुभरात्री गुड नाईट ऑल
अरे इथे खेळायला का काय